Hello, everyone. Welcome. I'm Leftover Bits. This is Leftover Bits Show, and I hope you all are having yourselves a wonderful day today. Today is Tuesday, March the 4th, 2025, and we're going to play ourselves some Morrowind. I'm going to go to the options and lower the music just a bit so I can talk over this. There we go. That should do. But yeah. Oh, wow. Okay, hold up. Also, I got to adjust my mic a bit. Peak there real hard. All right. Excuse me. But yeah, let's go ahead. Let me bring up the, make sure that's up. Get the camera. There it is. Hey, how's everybody doing? So, we're gonna play Morrowind today. It's one of my favorite games of all time, hands down. I can't say it's like the biggest RPG as far as influence of me liking that genre over the course of my life. The biggest one would definitely be Suikoden. That series was huge for me. And you can see some of me playing that on my YouTube channel, which you can check out down below. But in all seriousness, I wanted to go play some Morrowind. I've been doing a lot of GTA RP, and while I can't say like I'm completely burnt out on it, there's just certain things that go on in there that, wow, I forget how loud this gets. Hold on. Cut that down a bit. Okay, there. But yeah, I guess more than anything, I want to get back to some of my roots and just doing more general gaming for one thing. For another, I need to do some gameplay that's just fun for me more than anything. Playing RP on NoPixel, while a lot of fun for me, due to the position I put my character in, is also a lot of hard work. Writing legislation kind of sucks sometimes, and it's just how it is. Yeah, and so yeah, I'm not full blown taking a break because I'm still doing stuff for the character. I'm still working, and my character's got to make a big decision soon, anyways. But I want to do something else for a little bit, get a little variety in here, try something new for a little while. So let's we're gonna cut this back up, and then we're gonna start the main game. Also, I won't be doing full-blown min-maxing, but it will be minor min-maxing. Meaning, if I waste a level or two here or there, not that big of a deal, but by the end of the game, I'm gonna have 100 in all my attributes. And my skills will be where they are, because there's too many of them for me to want to raise them all to 100. You could do it, but I don't want to. Yeah, I think that will do. Let's cut. No, footsteps should stay there. I am going to drop the effects volume a bit, because some of those effects are real loud. Alright, that should do though. Yeah, you can see like I had a test save there. I was messing around getting the game working. It took me hours to get all the mods put together. Speaking of which, I should say, I am using a number of different mods. I don't have a mod list for it. However, I did use one of the OpenMW modding guides that I found online. Specifically, there was a list called I Heart Vanilla, which is what I kind of wanted here. I used most of the mods from that, but not all of them. Because I like the vanilla game as it is, and I don't need a bunch of extra stuff added to it to have fun. So I just wanted some minor graphical overhauls, mostly in how people look, honestly. Buildings, a few textures have been upscaled a bit, and a few quality of life enhancement have been added in. But other than that, I've mostly tried to leave the game as close to the same as possible, while still being able to like enjoy some more modern gaming conveniences. So with that being said, start a new game. Each event is preceded by a prophecy, but without the hero, there is no event. In the waning years of the Third Era of Tamriel, a prisoner born on a certain day to uncertain parents was sent under guard without explanation to Morrowind, ignorant of the role he was to play in that nation's history. Huh. You know, it says he there, but you can be a lady. I never thought about that before.
They have taken you from the Imperial City's prison. First by carriage,
and now by boat. To the east.
To the east.
To Morrowind.
To Morrowind. Fear not.
That's how you know you've played this too much.
You have been chosen.
Cliff racers.
shaking. Are you okay? Wake up. Stand up.
Here's our
There
good
you
friend
go.
Gia.
You were dreaming. What's your name?
All right, so here's where we start. I have a plan for this character. I don't know how many of you follow me. Know I also usually on Monday and Friday evenings around 9 p.m. Eastern, I have a group of people that I play D&D with. We play 5th edition right now, the old 5th edition, not the newest one. But yeah, so we play on that and usually go for quite a number of hours. I don't stream that game because for me, by that time of night, I'm trying to just enjoy myself and relax. But a lot of other people do, namely Miss Scarlet Rose, Cinex. I actually am not sure how to pronounce his screen name. Used to play Desmond Potts on NoPixel. I don't know if he still does or not right now. Then there's Patrick DeSalt plays a character on there. He plays Leonard the Dwarven Wizard. Sophia Big Boo, played by Cows Mooing and such, has a character in there. They're a primordial ooze person named Blob. Scarlet Rose plays Melody. Striking, who plays Dewey on the server. He has a character that's a warlock. And named, the guy, Ewan, who plays Fredo on the server, has a gnome rogue named Stog. And a lot of other people. There's plenty for me to mention on there, but I highly recommend checking it out. But the main point, I'm gonna let my ADHD carry me away here. The main point is I play a character on there, a goblin fighter called Gork McBork, son of Gork McBork. So we're going. While I can't play a goblin in this game, I have something I can do. So we're going to be Gork. Hold on, let me remember what's the orcish naming conventions. 1 second. Let's get it accurate. Oh, okay. So it'd be Gork to get it right. Hold on, I want to make sure. Grow Gork. Perfect. I'm so happy. Oh, that makes me so happy. Yeah. Gork, grow Gork.
Well, not even last night's storm could wake you. I heard them say we've reached Morrowind. I'm sure they'll let us go.
Hopefully so, Jim. At least we know you survived till Oblivion.
Here comes the car.
Oh, yeah.
This is where you get off. Come with me.
What? Oh, that way. That's what you meant. Okay. Sorry, the shirtless man back there made me question what you were talking about for a second.
Get yourself up on deck and let's keep this as civil as possible.
And there's nothing you could do on this little ship at the beginning. You can like walk up to this lady and she'll chide you
The
for
sooner you leave, the sooner we can move on.
wasting time. And they both have like one more thing they can say to you if you dally too long, but not a big deal. It's just kind of a neat detail that they added into the game, I feel. Now, let's see a couple things here. Oh yeah, it's got to take the time to load everything. Jeez. There we are. So, yeah, okay, the water quality setting did not stick. I'm gonna have to mess with that a bit later. We'll do that later, though. I'll deal with the Powerade looking water for now.
Down to the dock and I'll show you to the census office.
You finally arrived, but our records don't show from where.
Alright, where is it? Orc. Alright, so we have some resistance to magicka, which is just always a good thing. We start with armor at a higher level, heavy armor at a higher level, and medium armor at a higher level, as well as block and axe. We're not going to be using those skills. Actually, no, we'll probably be using most of those skills. One of those two things of armor will go away, and the heavy and the armor, they won't go away. It's just I won't be using them unless I'm actively trying to level up. Because while I'm not going to do full-blown, like, heavy min-maxing, I am going to do some minor stuff. So let's see. What do we want to look like? What fits Gork? Oh, none of the hairstyles do. Oh. Pff. Yeah, I guess we're just gonna use that one. That hairstyle. I don't know how I feel. Like, I almost feel like it looks a little too dopey for Gork. None of them are great. We'll go with that one. But yeah, so we are going to be an orc. Let's go. And we're taller,
Great.
so
I'm
it
sure you'll fit
adjusted
right
us.
in. Follow me up to the office and they'll finish your release.
And anyone who's like an actual veteran player, you can look
Head
at
on
this and tell that the graphics have been upticked a bit. And the game came back originally in 2004, I want to say. I have to look it up. All right, so first exploit of the game, right here. But until we have to finish getting into the main game. Right now, we're still in like the startup mode. We got to talk to this guy, answer some questions, or tell him our class and whatnot, and we'll use that to generate our character class. Then we'll end up going around to another building to talk to a different person, and then finally, once we leave that building, then we're cut loose and we're on our own. But wait, hold on, one second. There we go. Okay. Alright, my stuff was messing up a little bit over there. But yeah. So, once we get out there, but we'll start the actual game. But until that time, we can steal anything we want with no real penalty. At most, anything we steal will end up in this chest right over here, which is marked evidence and has a level 50 lock on it. But there are tricks to deal with that. So, oh, I don't have an inventory yet. That's right, I forgot. I gotta talk to this guy first before I can access
yes,
inventory.
We've been expecting you. You'll have to be recorded before you're officially released. There are a few ways we can do this, and the choice is yours.
Alright, so there's a couple ways you can do it. You can give them the info and just pick from a list of classes. However, most of these classes kind of suck. They're not really built in a way to let you play the game in a way that you're going to naturally just get strong just using your normal skills, and you'll probably find yourself feeling really weak by the end game. It's not a guaranteed thing. Maybe you luck out, or maybe you know how to level right and you don't have to worry about it as much. But there are a few that are at least like okay. Mostly you just want to avoid having acrobatics or athletics. And preferably you want to avoid mercantile and speechcraft, because all four of those will just go up automatically as you're regularly playing the game. And due to the way the leveling system works, if you raise your skills too fast and you don't spread out how you're actually learning things, you're not going to level efficiently. We'll talk more about that when we get closer to it. But yeah, so let's see. Are any of these actually, in my opinion, like decent? Archer does not actually look bad, since you can control most of those. That being said, focusing on marksman in this game, not the best idea. It's like you can do it, but I don't like to. Especially since some of the, like, I think the crossbows shoot kind of like up and to the right of where you're actually aiming most of the time, and there's some other little quirks to it. Yeah, Assassin's not bad, except for it has both acrobatics and athletics in this area, and so will automatically be difficult for you to keep your level down to make sure you're getting the maximum amount of stat point. Same thing here. Yeah, same thing with that, with Barbarian. Acrobatics there. Oh, there you go. Battle Mage. Battle Mage actually works pretty well. You would still have to, you know, be careful about using your skills so that you level efficiently, but that's, I don't see any immediate, the only issue I would have is it literally has all the different schools of magic that I would want to use for utility, and it has the 2 crafting magic schools, which makes it basically cut you off from those unless you're okay with letting the leveling up happen. Crusader. Not bad, actually. Alchemy's the only thing I'd be worried about in that. Healer's not bad, but it does have some of the same issues. Illusion's the only skill that you can control that's related to your charisma stat or personality stat. I can't remember what it's called right now. So it's not bad to have that one in there since you can control it. Knight's about the same. Honestly, like, all of them suffer from this same issue to some extent. And they tend to not be very well-built classes. They're good enough if you're just trying to jump in and play and have a good time. You can pick any of those and you'll probably have a good time. But there's also the more fun way of doing it where you answer the questions, which was something that they did back in Arena, but I don't think they did in Daggerfall. And they brought it back for this one.
On a clear day, you chance upon a strange animal, its leg trapped in a hunter's claw snare. Judging from the bleeding, it will not survive long. What do you do?
All right. So, let's see what they're going to give us one of those default classes that I looked over a moment ago. I keep looking over to my monitor on the side as if that's where my camera is when it's really right there. But yeah, so each of these questions have specific outcomes, and if there is a table you can look up on UESP, the unofficial Elder Scrolls pages, to get the information on what each of these questions will be and which path of answers you would need to take to end up getting like the class you wanted. But that's no fun. Let's define what the character would be. So let's think, get in the Gork mindset. I am Gork McBork, son of Gork McBork, son of Gork McBork. What would I do in this situation? Strange animal. Its leg trapped in a hunter's claw snare. Judging from the bleeding, it will not survive long. Gork is just going to mercy kill it. Let's be real here. Well, he doesn't really study much. Like, the bottom one sounds like Gork, but he's not a brains guy. And so we're going to have to go with, like, it's time to kill it.
One summer afternoon, your father gives you a choice of chores. What would you rather do?
What would Gork rather do? Honestly, out of all of these, Gork isn't much on, like, building or crafting with his hands. It's just not his thing. But he was a soldier, and he had to learn how to forage off the land himself from time to time, so he's gonna fish.
Your cousin has given you a very embarrassing nickname, and even worse, likes to call you it in front of your friends. You have asked him to stop, but he finds it very amusing to watch you blush.
All right.
What do you do?
What would Gork do? That's the question. Now, one might think Gork McBork would go for the first one. He's in the game that I'm playing in. He's a level 17 fighter. And has his both strength and con at 20. So it's natural to think that he'd beat up. But I play Gork as lawful evil, meaning that he sees the law as like rules that people should follow most of the time. But also bureaucracy is a tool to be used by those who understand how. And so it's really more in his nature to do something a bit more underhanded in this situation. So I'd say, would he go for the positive route or the negative route is the question. Gork doesn't have the time to hold on to a petty grudge long enough to keep using an embarrassing nickname. So yeah, he'd go for making up the story that makes the nickname a badge of honor. So there.
There is a lot of heated discussion at the local tavern over a group of people called telepaths. They've been hired by certain city-state kings. Rumor has it these telepaths read a person's mind and tell their lord whether a follower is telling the truth or not. You believe what?
What does Gork believe? Gork, that's a difficult one for Gork. Gork is heavily indoctrinated into like the feudal mindset of my lord is there for a reason. The gods put them in that place, and it is my duty as their sworn person to do what they need me to do. And so Gork would be conflicted, honestly, because he does believe in allowing people to have personal freedoms. He's of a very mostly libertarian mindset in most things. He just accepts the hierarchy that exists, but outside of that hierarchy, he believes people should be able to do whatever they want, as long as you're not just like outright going around and breaking laws. And even then, if you're smart enough not to get caught, hey. So I'm gonna go with in these times is a necessary evil. Or Gork has, over the time of playing the character, he has shown that he has specific ideas about how he thinks things should run, and while he doesn't always like how things go, it's just how it has to be sometimes.
Your mother sends you to the market with a list of goods to buy. After you finish, you find that by mistake a shopkeeper has given you too much money back in exchange for one of the items. What do you do?
All right. So again, the idea with Gork. I think it would depend on if he knew the shopkeeper, how that shopkeeper's attitude was. Honestly, yeah, it'd be the first one. Gork has continually over the course of the whole campaign I've been playing him, basically not taken any money for himself from his group's funds, outside of like an occasional like, hey, I kind of have some spending cash to go drinking, or things like that. And then he always directly asks about it to the person who's been holding the cash, so it's all been documented. And so, yeah, I think Gork would take that extra money and would put it towards getting more stuff for his family or his comrades in arms. Gork doesn't understand the idea of family in a traditional sense. He has people who he fights alongside that are his brothers and sisters in arms. That's the closest thing he'll ever really have to true family, I feel.
While in a marketplace, you witness a thief cut a purse from a noble. Even as he does so, the noble notices and calls for the city guards. In his haste to get away, the thief drops the purse near you. Surprisingly, no one seems to notice the bag of coins at your feet. What do you do?
Okay, so this one would be taken as a political play. We could leave the bag there, but then somebody else might pick it up and take it, or somebody else might get credit for it. Either way. Pocketing it, yes, we could do that if nobody's noticing. It wouldn't be that big of a deal if we did, but if... Okay, it's certainly the honorable thing for us to return the money and make sure that they know that we returned that money. We want to make sure that they know that we returned that money. They need to know we returned it.
Your father sends you on a task which you loathe, cleaning the stables. On the way there, pitchfork in hand, you run into your friend from the homestead near your own. He offers to do it for you, in return for a future favor of his choosing. What do you do?
Gork would not be okay with this. This is too open-ended of a contract, and Gork is lawful evil. To an extent, he worships a lawful neutral deity who's all about laws and contracts and doing things the way they're supposed to be done. Not the right way, the way they're supposed to be done. So he would not be willing to accept being in debt for no reason. Well, excuse me, not for no reason, but being in debt without knowing what he's going to be paying. But again, like the last one is like a task of his choosing. It's like, nah, well, I'm just gonna do it myself. I'd rather not be a dad. Nah, I highly appreciate it.
Your mother
Well, you know what,
asks
I'm
you
done.
to help fix the stove. While you're working, a very hot pipe slips its moorings and falls towards her. What do?
This is a bit of a more loaded question for Gork, of all people. I haven't told this, I don't think, to anyone who I've been playing D&D with about this part of Gork's backstory, but Gork is an only child because his mother passed while having him, and his father blames him for that to some extent. That's why he doesn't really have much contact with his father. So it's a bit of an interesting story. Gork doesn't really think about having a mom. However, Gork did have his great-grandparents. His great-grandparents aren't really blood related to him because they're elves. And they've actually raised him, his father, and his father's father. And it's kind of a messed up situation where they're kind of like the Kellogg's family trying to raise their kid next to a chimpanzee. They're basically been taking this line of goblins, and making them civilized in some ways. It's not the best thing, but it works out fine in this society. It's yeah. But anyways, what would Gork do here? I mean, the first thought would be to push her out of the way. We're going to assume this is a great-grandmother. With that being said, Gork, I also play very much as a character who will put himself in harm's way to help his comrades, who will specifically try to get in the way of the bad guys to keep them from getting to his other comrades, and trying to lock them down in place. So I'm going to say he would put himself between the pipe.
While in town, the baker gives you a sweet roll. Delighted, you take it into an alley to enjoy, only to be intercepted by a gang of 3 other kids your age. The leader demands the sweet roll, or else he and his friends will beat you and take it. What do you do?
Out of all 3 of these options, all of them are things Gork would do at some point or another. It just would depend mostly on the situation. When it comes to, say, I'm trying to think of a way to put it. One of these is a diplomatic thing for when you have the ability to fight someone, just not currently in that moment. The other is, no, I think I could take you, or screw you, I would rather lose and get beaten up than let you have what you want. And then the last one is, I'm Trixie. Which one would Gork do? Okay, and this is as a kid, so... Yeah, Gork would go find his friends. Gork would go and be like, okay, yeah, you can have it now. And then wait for an opportune moment to strike.
Entering town, you find that you are witness to a very well-dressed man running from a crowd. He screams to you for help. The crowd behind him seems very angry. What do you do?
Well, what did he do? No, that's a best not to get involved situation for Gork. If he doesn't know why it started, he's not going to get involved. Rogue! You know what? That's... yeah. But yeah, so when you answer the questions, it'll give you one of the things. I'm not surprised by that. It is a very roguish mindset that Gork has, honestly, and I did used to play rogues all the time in D&D as my main class. But yeah, so we're just going to fill the forms out ourselves real quick, though. We're going to switch this up to magic. Specialization gets your anything that's attached to your specialization goes up faster. We're going to need that going up faster for the magic skills later in the game. We're going to start with endurance and strength as our primary. You know what? I'm making Gork. I shouldn't be min-maxing the same way. We're making Gork. We got to go combat. I have to. Strength and endurance as his primaries. That's perfect. Now we gotta choose our skills. So we're gonna keep block armor and medium armor because I'm not gonna use any of those at the beginning of the game. I want to use long blades and to a lesser extent axes because I don't use axes very often. Heavy armor is going to get removed though. But spear. When I go to decide I'm ready to level, we'll probably use a spear and put on medium armor to go ahead and get like 10 endurance levels up with that. Which again, I'll talk more about later. Sorry, I'm thinking while I'm trying to talk here. ADHD doesn't like doing that sometimes. We also got to put hand to hand so that, because I'm almost never going to use that, and so it's fine to have that there. We'll put illusion, which makes no sense for Gork, honestly, but makes no sense for Gork. Gork doesn't know shit about doing magic. Yeah, the rest of this makes sense for Gork. I gotta pick things that make sense. Honestly, though, if Gork was ever gonna learn magic, and this character is going to learn magic, its magic is too prevalent in the world not to learn some. We're gonna keep the illusion. That will do. And we'll call this a Cavalier, since that's the subclass for fighter I chose, Gork.
Very good. The letter that preceded you mentioned you were born under a certain sign.
This is going to be
And
important.
what would that be?
So, as with most of the other Elder Scrolls games, they do have star signs that will end up affecting how you play the game. And there's a couple of different ones here. Unlike in Skyrim, you pick one of these and that's it. That's your bonus forever. You don't get to change it at any point in the game. So what we're gonna do is make a choice. Now, there's a lot of different ones. You've got the warrior, which fortifies your attack. That's basically you're more likely to hit if you pick the warrior. The tower gives you a nifty once a day open 50-point lock spell, and also lets you find like animals, enchanted items, and keys more easily. It's okay. Not my favorite. I can do all those things easily enough without taking something on. I feel the tower is almost like a challenge run thing. Like, are you playing a character who just straight up can't do the open spell and doesn't want to do lockpicking? Then the tower might be for you. Sanctuary for 10 points is pretty good. Not great, but, you know, it can help you dodge some attacks, so. Fortified attributes, speed 25 with the steed. Not bad at all. It's not the min-maxy build at all, but if you're just trying to make sure your character can move around fast enough that you don't feel like you're slogging through mud all the time, steed's not bad. The shadow gives you a once a day invisibility for 60 seconds on yourself. It's pretty good. Realize invisibility immediately wears off if you attack something or cast a spell or interact with an object, including doors. So, you know, that 60 seconds might get cut real short, but if you only need it for long enough to get behind somebody and stab them in the back, hey, good to go. The serpent has a star curse, as they call it, where you can basically poison someone. Well, I think, was it? Yeah, you damage health 1 point for 30 seconds on yourself, but you deal triple that damage to the person you touch. Didn't that used to be damage fatigue? It might be different for OpenMW. Then there's the ritual. Restore health 100 points 1 second on self once a day. Not bad. And then turning undead is okay. I'd rather just kill them than turn them. And it's not like D&D where using turn undead actually like deals damage to them. The mage, just extra magicka. If you're playing an actual, like, primarily spellcaster class, you are probably going to want to take the mage or the apprentice or the atronach, depending on your build. Otherwise, your magic is limited to exactly equal to your intelligence. Whereas this would add half again to your intelligence. So normally, most characters max out at 100 magicka. If you have this as your burst sign, if you have 100 intelligence, you will have 150 magicka. And there's the lover, which is you get agility bonus, which lets you hit things more often, and also dodge more attacks, I think. And then you can also that's what I was thinking of this one. A 60-second paralyze once a day on target in exchange for 200 points of fatigue, which early on will knock you out, but later in the game that will actually like be an acceptable amount of fatigue to lose. And 60 seconds of paralyze is no joke. There's the Lord, which makes you take double damage from fire, but you can't do just you get this once a day spell to restore 60 health. Is that what that is, or is it a constant effect? If that's a spell that you only get once a day, that's actually horrible. I didn't realize how bad that was. Don't like that. It's bad for my playstyle. Other people might have a reason to use that. And then there is the apprentice up here at the top. As you can see, this one gives you 1.5 bonus to your intelligence. So you take that 100 points of intelligence you would have, and then you add 150 to it. So having this line would, if you have 100 intelligence, you would have 250 magicka, which is way more to work with. However, you also take half again as much damage from magicka. That's the trade-off. Then you have the atronach, which gives you, so you'll have for 100 points of intelligence, I think you get 300 magicka is how that works. Because it adds this amount, not just multiplies what you have. I think. I could be wrong. It's been a while since I messed with a spellcaster, serious spellcaster on this. Then you have spell absorption, 50 points, but you have stunted magicka, meaning your magicka does not regenerate normally when you're resting like it would with anyone else. So you're relying on that spell absorption to get you your magicka points back, or potions, of course. And finally, the one I'm going to choose, the lady, because it's kind of broken. It gives me 25 points in personality, which just makes everyone like me more, which is going to be good because I'm an orc and they have kind of low personality to start with. And then, the big one, 25 points of endurance, because unlike every other stat in the game, endurance governs your, let me rephrase. Endurance governs your health, and unlike every other attribute in the game, it does not retroactively give benefits each level up. So, if you have 50 endurance, you're going to get the bonus you would get for 50 endurance to your health for every level. But once you raise your endurance high enough that you would be getting more of a bonus, it doesn't retroactively apply the rest of that bonus to your past levels. You got to deal with those levels getting the HP you got. So, especially on higher difficulties, you want to maximize your endurance as high as possible, as quickly as possible. You want to get it to 100 ASAP. So that you have as much of a health pool as possible, so you're not getting 1 or 2 shot by some of the final in-game stuff, especially in Blood Moon and the Tribunal DLC later down the line. So I'm going to pick that one, because we're min-maxing just a little bit. And it does honestly make sense for Gork.
Now, before I stamp these papers, make sure this information is correct.
So, Gork. He is an orc. Cavalier. The lady. You can see we got 57 HP. That's coming from a combination of, I think it's a combination of endurance and strength that determines your initial HP. Heck yeah, 225 fatigue. That's from us starting with 85 endurance. We'll be maxing that out real fast. You can see our speed, however, is real low, as is our agility. So I'm honestly probably going to try to focus on raising endurance and speed first. And then once I'm maxing endurance, I'll start raising strength. And basically I'll start raising 2 attributes plus putting 1 point in luck every time. Because, well, we'll talk about the leveling more when we get there. But basically, you want to raise these stats up in a way so that you, since each of them are attached to one of your attributes, you want to raise one of your skills that is attached to your attribute at least 10 times. And it can be any skill attached to that attribute as long as you get 10 level ups attached to that attribute. At which point, if you do that, you will get a ×5 multiplier when you're adding points into it later. Normally, you only get 1 point in it. If you've leveled up a skill connected to that attribute at least once, you get a ×2 multiplier. I think you have to do it 4 times to get the ×3. 6 or 7 times for the ×4, and then 10 times for the ×5. I could be off on that numbers. Either way, we're just trying to get the ×5 for 2 stats every time. But yes, so this is my starting stuff. I'm still good. We're going to be starting out with heavy armor. Having a 20 rating at the beginning is not bad. And longblade, good. We got the heavy armor and longblade, which is what I really wanted to have to start things off with. How are we going to be raising our speed, though? Probably gonna go pay for short blade training, honestly, since it's so low anyways, it'll be cheap. And I know who to go for that. But yeah, looks good.
Show your papers to the captain when you exit to get your release fee.
For release by Emperor Uriel Septim, the 7th decree, to the district of Vvardenfell in the province of Morrowind. Name, Gork. Grace Orc, class Cavalier. Sign, Socius Gala, agent of the Satanine Imperial Census and Excise, 16th of Last Seed, 3rd Era, 427. We now have an inventory. So, let's
continue through to the next building.
Now, he unlocked that door for us. And he just told us what we need to do. However, we're now going to do the thing that I was trying to do earlier, and I'm going to show you the first exploit of the game. You're going to pick up this Limeware player because it's worth 650 gold. Obviously, that's stealing. And you see that they're pretty upset about it. But instead of actually holding on to it, we're just going to drop it on the ground. This guy's going to come over. What are you doing? We'll let your actions go for now, but once you release stuff like that, it'll get you arrested again. Fair enough. And now we turn around and we pick it up, because once we picked it up and then dropped it, for some reason, it doesn't count as stealing again when we pick it up the second time. I don't know why. And I could take the time to do that with every single item on that shelf in there. But that's a lot of time to take doing bullshit that I don't want to do right now. What we will do is explore this room a bit, because basically this room is designed kind of as your tutorial area. There's also down here an area for you to go sleep at. There's a bedroll down here you can use if you need to. And this is going to be kind of our area to chill and hang out for a while. But for now, let's pick up this dagger. Flip the dagger by dropping it on your picture in your inventory menu. Press F to pull out your weapon. La-di-da-di-da. You can see every time I swing the dagger, if you look down in the bottom left there, it drops my fatigue just a little bit, but it's a dagger, so they're fast and they're easy to use. So it doesn't take away much. Anyways, I don't care about that, though. What I do care about is grabbing this lockpick that we will use later. I'm also going to grab... Actually, no, I don't want to grab anything else from in here right now because I don't want to get taken away from me. We'll come back in here later to get more stuff. I will go ahead and show you how lockpicking works, though. You pick it up like equip it and pull it out like a weapon, go to a locked chest, and you hit it. Until that happens, and you actually get inside, and now we got 31 extra gold to spend. The game won't let us proceed without checking this barrel. I always hate that. You can see you got the animated containers. Oh, hey, and a petty soldier. That's actually not bad for the haul you get out of this. Normally, it's like 2 piece of crap items. A petty soldier ain't great, but it's not bad either.
Your papers, please.
I don't know. Don't know why he was facing that way. That was a bit odd. So we're gonna exploit again here with the same exploit we were doing earlier because there's a key here I want to get. So go into our menu, pick up the key. Put it on the ground, and we also put our limeware platter on the ground because that is still stolen and it will get confiscated from us. So, same thing happened. As you can see, we didn't lose anything
I'm
there.
listening.
And I can just pick those back up while he's looking directly at me at this point. Yep. First, let me take your identification papers. Thank you. Word of your arrival only reached me yesterday. I am Gravius, but my background is not important. I'm here to welcome you to Morrowind. Let's ask you about your background anyways. I'm Gravius, and Knight Errant of the Imperial Legion. Morrowind. Yes, you're in Morrowind. I don't know why you're here or why you were released from prison and shipped here, but your authorization comes directly from Emperor Uriel Septim VII himself, and I don't need to know any more than that. When you leave this office, you are free. But before you go, I have instructions on your duties. Instructions from the Emperor, so pay careful attention. We'll ask about Uriel Septim. Yes, Uriel Septim is still the Emperor. According to my instructions, he personally authorized your release from prison and your delivery here. It's all very mysterious. But that's the way the Empire works. Silent, secrecy, let not the left hand know what the right hand is doing, and all that rot. Added that bit, obviously. Let's see, let's hit the Empire. Yes, of course, this is the Empire. This is Vvardenfell, district of the province of Morrowind, and Morrowind has been part of the Empire for over 400 years. The current Emperor, Uriel Septim, 24th of the Septim line. You haven't been in prison that long, have you? Nothing wrong with your head, is there? The men said you were acting a little strange when they brought you in from the ship. Fair enough. So what is going on here is we're messing with the Morrowind's conversation system, which when it came out, in my opinion, was revolutionary, and I still think it's actually great for what it is. Where you have the topics that you want to talk about, and they're highlighted, and you can click on them directly in the actual text itself. And they'll stay highlighted. I think this is more of an OpenMW thing, where it'll stay highlighted if they have something to say to you about it. But yeah, so we'll ask him about our duties. This package came with the news of your arrival. You are to take it to Caius Causades, in the town of Balmora. Go to the Southwall Corner Club and ask for Caius Causades. They'll know where to find them. Serve him as you would serve the Emperor himself. I also have a letter for you, and a dispersal to your name. 87 gold? That's okay. Package for Caius Causades, direction to Caius Causades. We'll ask him about Balmora. Balmora is north of Seydanine. The road passes Pelagiad Village and Fort Pelagiad, crosses a deep ravine, passes Fort Monmouth, then turns west across the Odai River and into Balmora. The Southwall Corner Club is in southeast of Balmora, on the east side of the river. More detailed directions, talk to Alone, the scout, at Ariel's trade house here in Seydanine. But take my advice, you're new here. Take the Silt Strider to Balmora. Fast, cheap, safe. Cross the bridge and head east. Can't miss it. We'll ask about my trade. I'm a knight errant of the Order of Ebonhawk, and an Imperial emissary attached to the Census and Excise office here in Seydanine. Imperial. I'm proud to be an Imperial. Through our legions and rule of law, we've brought peace and civilization on the provinces of Tamriel. Okay, buddy. Even Gork would agree. Gork would agree. I'm gonna have to do the Imperial Legion's quest, aren't I? I'm gonna have to do the Imperial Legion quest. Okay. Asking about Silt Strider. Silt Striders carry passengers and cargo between settlements on Vvardenfell. If it has to depend on distance to be traveled, Silt Striders are giant insects. A compartment for passengers and cargo is hollowed from the creature's shell. The driver directs the beast by directly manipulating exposed organs and tissues. Silt Striders travel between Aldrun, Balmora, Sadanin, Suran, Nissus, Molegmar, Margan, and North Landing near Vivek. Who's Caius Calcades? Report to Caius Calcades in Balmora. I can't tell you where to find him, but you are to go to the Southwall Corner Club and ask for him. Someone there can direct you to him. You know your duties. Take that package to Caius Calcades in Balmora. And that's it. There is very little interact. I think there might be one or two things we can interact with this guy later, but for the most part, that's probably going to be the last time we ever talk to him. And here we are. We now have our journal we can use to look at stuff, and time to play the game. First thing we're going to do is talk to this little guy right here, Argoth. And we're only going to talk to him and get that ring topic on, and then we're not going to talk to him again until much later. Now, the key I stole earlier, it goes to that door over there across the way. It's the warehouse that's owned by the Census and Excise often. We'll be going in there to steal shit later to get some extra money.
Yes, Outlander?
Now, we're going to come to the trade house. Ariel's trade house here. It's the only shop in town.
Outlander.
I offer the
what
best
do you
values
want?
in town.
Yeah, I hate that where you get close enough to people, they just start trying to talk to you. Alright, so we're going to talk to this guy, Hersker Flatfoot. You look like you could use a friend, Outlander. Perhaps I could be your friend. I'd like you to help me recover some gold. What accent am I going for there? Was that Scottish or Norse? Jeez. Oh, let's can that. Let's just can that. That's right. See, I had a bad run of luck playing 9 holes, and lost a bit of money. Normally I'd be fine. We can usually keep some gold in our pockets just from the money the locals pay us for protection. But I know some of them are holding out on me, especially that little fetcher Fargoth. He's come up light the past couple of weeks when I've shaken him down. I know he's stashing it somewhere. I'd like you to find Fargoth's hiding place. I know the little fetcher's got one somewhere in town, just not sure where yet. I've already gone through his whole house, so I know he's not hiding it there. I'd like you to, got a typo there, to find out where he's stashing his gold if you can. I'll give you a share of the wealth. Are you up for it? And you know what? I'll do it. Excellent. Here's what I want you to do. Not sure where he goes, but I know he wanders around town at night. Watch his movements. The best vantage point is on top of the lighthouse south of town. That will give you a nice view of all of Sadanin. If you keep an eye on where he goes, I'm sure you'll be able to figure out where he's hiding that gold. Alright. For now, that's it. Don't actually have anything else we want to do here right now. So, we're not going to be able to do that till nighttime anyway, so what we're going to do in the meantime is activate a completely different quest.
You want something, friend?
Yes, what do you want? If you're looking to get out of Sadanin, I'll be happy to give you a little advice. Alright, what's up? New here? Take the Silt Strider to Vivek or Balmora. Fast and cheap. No trouble with wild animals, and smugglers, and bandits, and outlaws. Go see not sure if I'm going to pronounce this correctly. Darvain Laren, over at the Strider Port, over the bridge and east along the water, and tell her Vadius Nukius sent you. Vardunius Nukius. I think that's how that's pronounced. Right, that's me. If you decide to take the Silt Strider, tell her I sent you. Now, what we do next is we go over here to where the Silt Strider is. I'm going to cross this little bit of water. You can see the Silt Strider over here to my right. Giant insectoid creature. Now, you heard that guy say that they hollowed out the Silt Strider. Well,
Where would you like to go?
they kind of outright lobotomize it. Like, basically, it's under the control of people using those little things right there as control rods. So, you know, that's a thing. So we're going to come up and talk to her. This is a seaport village of Satanine, Outlander, in the Bitter Coast region. I'm a caravaneer, and I manage the Silt Strider port here. Tell me your destination if you're looking for a ride, or if you're new to Satanine, I can help you with local services, or any specific place in Satanine you're looking for. Or if you want someone in particular, maybe I know where to look. Well, we're just going to talk to you. Vadius Nokius sent us. Oh, yes. He steers business my way, and I do him a little favor now and then. Poor fellow. I don't think he's happy here on Vvardenfell. And that's all we came up here for right now. Oh, also, I do have mild distant terrain on, so I can see a little bit further out than I'd normally be able to. Which is just nice to have, in my opinion. But yeah, so we're going to wall slide basically here and not take damage. And then we're going to come back over to the guy. And gonna be like, yo, bro. Yo, you not happy? Not happy here. In fact, no, I'm not. If I had 100 drakes, I'd be on the next boat to Narcissus. I came here to make my fortune, and all I've got is this cursed ring. Say, would you give me 100 drakes for it? The ring itself isn't worth more than that, but the enchantment is cursed, and no one will... Sorry, the ring itself is worth more than that, but the enchantment is cursed, and no one will buy it from me. It has a nifty little enchantment that helps you run faster. Problem is, it sucks the blood right out of you every time you use it. Please, you'll be doing me a real favor. So, this is a situation where this man was just very honest with me about it. He's like, yo, I do need some help, and I've got this thing I could sell, but it's not great. Please? And it's like, yeah, okay. And honestly, given how low my speed is and how high my overall health and fatigue are going to be, it's actually not a bad item for me right now. It's not a bad item for me once I raise my health a little bit. But yeah, 100 drakes, I'll take the ring. Thank you, you're a lifesaver. Grab the next boat out of here. Thanks again, and I hope your luck is better than mine was.
Yes, Orc?
Oh, I forgot. I usually play a Dark Elf or a Bosmer, and or a Breton. But yeah.
I'm listening.
So yeah, so that guy is he won't be here the next time I load this cell. We just gave him that. Also, this ring can be sold for quite a profit later to the right person. So also, while we're here, I'm gonna pick a Hyphaphasian Bungler's Bane that's right there. I'm also gonna come around here and pick one of those. Because I'm going to need those mushrooms for a quest later. Next up, let's head over here to the lighthouse. There's a couple little secret things here we're going to mess around with. First of all, we're just going to come over here and we're going to grab one of these other mushrooms. There. So now I've got one of each of the 4 mushrooms I'm going to need to turn in for a quest once I get to Balmora. But while we're here, there's a few little things we can collect to help, buffer our wallet just a little bit. You can see there's some items in that hollowed out tree stump there that I fell off of like an idiot. There we go. So that's, there we go. A silver cup and 25 gold. It ain't much, but it's something. And now there's another even more important one right over here, which our character could use, but I'm not using axes. This is an okay axe to start with. If you're going to focus hard on axes, you can start with this axe, and it's not bad. But it's not great either. So I'm just going to end up selling it. But yeah, now after I've grabbed those, there's not really anything else to do except for go wait and go see if we can figure out where Farkah's hiding shit. Yeah, actually, the first time I noticed how improved some of the textures were was when I was coming up these steps, and I had just like never realized that these steps were kind of like broken with gaps in them before. When I was playing the game, like they had always been that way when I really think about it, but it's just like I don't know, for some reason it just never really registered. I feel like that's kind of semi-new there. Doesn't matter. So we're gonna get stealth mode up here, and it's 2 p.m. so we don't need to wait 12 hours. So 2, 1, 12, 11, 10, 9. That should be plenty. We should see Fargoth wandering around in sneak mode with a torch here in a bit. It's like this weird kind of wide set path he'll take. Yeah, there he is. Kind of see him over there. We go. There he is. Normally it doesn't take him that long. Come on. Just a little bit more. Ooh, it's so close to me for me to be able to hear them that clearly. Alright, now we see Fargoth walk down into that muck pond. And he comes out of it and walks off. All I needed to see. And we found it. Take that gold and the lockpick. And then we're going to go back to the trade house and give that money to Hersker. Because we're not really a good person.
Yes, Outlander.
We do horrible things from time to time. Yeah, you're supposed to find Fargoth's hiding place. Were you able to? Yep. You found his hiding place. That's great. Tell you what, I'll give you 100 gold. You can keep anything else you found in there. Thanks for your help. Good that you found that for me, friend. I'll make that little fetcher pay for lying to me. Although, I've got to be honest, it is kind of fun messing with the little guy. I like to take something from his place and stick it in that old barrel in the Census Excise courtyard. It gives the new arrival something to look forward to. So, that's talking about the barrel where we found that ring at. And, that ring you get is not bad. It's an engraved healing ring. It heals 1 to 5 points. You know, it's not bad, actually, especially early level. It can actually be useful. But it's not great. There are much better rings out there. So, we're going to go over to Fargoth. And remember earlier, I talked to him, and I got that ring topic. Right now, he's in a bad mood. What do you want? Don't bother trying to rob me. The Imperials have taken everything anyway. And I talked to him about his ring. He's like, I swear one of the guards has it. I had it last week before their weekly Let's Shake Down Fargarth ritual. And a great healing ring. Family heirloom of mine. You haven't seen it, have you? And, yeah, I found it here. You found it? Amazing. Thank you, thank you. You are now my favorite friend, in spite of the fact that he doesn't know that I just stole 300 golden lockpick from him. Also, if I had given him the ring beforehand, the ring would have been in that tree stump, and I could have taken it as well. However, I don't want it. And it's better, in my opinion, to give to him afterwards, because then it's on his inventory, and I just don't have to ever worry about it ever again. What else was I thinking with that? Also, you'll notice that if you do that quest before you talk to him, when you talk to him for that next time, he doesn't bring up the ring. So you can't actually get the ring topic unless you talk to him the first time. But if you talk to him about the ring and you don't give it to him, then his deposition will drop with you. Now, however, I've got the best of both worlds. An extra 100 gold, a lockpick. Fargoth has his disposition raised to max, and in return for getting him that ring, he's going to help me out.
Anything I can do, I am humbly at your service.
Appreciate that, Fargoth. We're going to be friends for a while now. Sort of. I'm not going to talk to you really too much after I leave Satanine, honestly, though. But yeah. So now,
I owe the pleasure, Orc.
you can notice that he suddenly said something much nicer to me than just trying to sell me wares like he did last time. His disposition is now 92. It would have been in like the 50s, I think, maybe lower because I'm an orc. Either way, since he likes us better, he's gonna actually give us better deals. As he is a merchant, his mercantile skill is higher than ours, and so he's not gonna give us as good of deals as we would like, but with that massive disposition boost, he's gonna give us some okay deals at least. So we'll ask him for some basic stuff that he's got here. Then it's time to start selling some of our junk. So that axe has got to go, the dagger, that cup, that urn. I want to hold on to my petty soul gems only because I'm going to need them for training up enchanting later. But we are going to sell the limeware platter as well. That's where our actual like real money is going to come in for this. We're going to go ahead and up that to 520. Perfect. All right, and that's all for me to do here for the time being, sort of. What I really need, though, what am I going to start with? I got to remember, what was my... It was heavy armor? Yeah, I'm going to need a full set of heavy armor, or... Yeah, that's it, because the light armor and medium armor are both there. So it's got. I need a full set of heavy armor. That's expensive. So I'm gonna do something. I've got the key to this warehouse, so we're just gonna walk in. Nobody's gonna be upset at us at all. This guy's gonna keep patrolling back and forth. So we're gonna let him go back upstairs. He's gonna come up these stairs part way, and then he's gonna. Oh, we didn't. That's when he normally does. Either way, we're here to take everything. You can see there in the bottom, that's the icon. That means I am in stealth mode. No one can see me as long as that icon is there. Okay, this is gonna help. Sugar, that's an illicit substance that we're gonna be able to sell for quite a bit later. Salt rice is useful for fatigue potions, as is hound meat. Okay, that's all the useful stuff right down here. Oh, except for this basket. It has some guar hide. And we're going to come up here and do the same. Alright, so what have I got armor-wise now? I don't even know why I'm looking at it. I'm going to sell most of this to get money to buy my own armor set, so that way it's not considered stolen. can hear the guard coming, so we're gonna wait a bit. Sometimes they walk up here, sometimes they don't. I think I'm safe. Oh, cool. Yeah, they actually did model the interior of those. I didn't realize it. That's a modded thing, by the way. Like, all these containers opening, that doesn't happen in the base game. Yeah, it's always the arrows that end up doing it. Skooma! The good shit. Alright, let's drop those arrows back then. I don't need all that anyways. They're just gonna get sold. And then pillows. And that's it. There is some other things that I could take. First of all, I left a few things up there just to deal with my weight. Then if we wanted to, we actually can come up here. This area is way more well guarded, but there are some things you can steal up here.
Keep moving.
Including what's in this chest, which actually, yeah, there's nothing in there. You know, there's 100 gold sitting on the table. There's some decent stuff. It's not really worth stealing. The main reason you come up here is to talk to this lady because she's a trainer. Training in this game is great. It's way better than it is in the other Elder Scrolls game because for some reason they felt like they wanted to limit us being able to train in the later Elder Scrolls game. I still don't understand that. Why would you take that from me? Hey, Scarlet. Yeah, it's the humans. That's how they are. But I don't know if you saw, but I did make Gork. I am playing Gork right now. I actually used the Elder Scrolls Orcish naming convention, so he's like Gork, son of Gork, so Gork grow Gork. So yeah, this is what we're doing. Sadly, there's no goblins, so I had to use a orc, but it is what it is. But always good to see you, Scarlet. Hope you're doing well. Oh, training. That's right. I was talking about training. I got distracted. You distracted me. But training in this game is unlimited. As long as you got the money to pay them, you can just keep training. It's one of the best ways to get your skills and levels in the game. But obviously, the more you train, the more expensive training becomes. But it's based on the level of the skill you're getting trained.
Yes, Outlander?
Oh, and thanks for the resub. I do appreciate it.
Attention.
Oh, yeah. Also, this is another mechanic in the game. If you're holding moon sugar or skooma, people won't do business with you. They just somehow psychically know you have it.
To talk,
However,
really no trouble at
all you got to do is take it and throw it on the ground. Where's the skooma? I want to take that out. And now it's fine. I love this game. Again, we're keeping those soul gems. Listen, Melanie and Gork aren't nemesis. They're just siblings from different parents. But no, he hasn't met any bards yet. We'll have to deal with that later. I'm not going to keep any of this junk because it's all marked as stolen anyways. That Silver Staff of War is not bad, though, honestly. At this level, at least. Can you? Yeah, you can afford that. No, you can't right now because I've sold you too much recently. Never mind. Okay, that you can afford. Let's go ahead and up it by 1, get a little extra cash out of it. There we go. Yeah. There's not actually, I don't know. Have you played Morrowind before, Scarlet?
How interesting. A tourist.
Yes, Outlander?
I want to wait for his gold to come back. Oh, of course. Okay, did your... Oh, he's got another little... Actually, there we go. It doesn't do much for me, but he only got 20 back. That's not... Screw it. 24-hour wait, Bethesda style. All right.
How delightful.
I know the skoom is still right there. I know it's there. I appreciate that. I do that all the time. I will just leave it there because thankfully NPCs will not steal it. Fair enough. Well, this is Skyrim's granddad, basically. So it's a very good game. It is a product of its time. It came out in like 2004, I want to say. But it is great. I have a lot of nostalgia for the game. I think it's just generally good anyways. But yeah, so now I should be able to sell all this junk. I want to keep those ingredients for alchemy later. Oh, okay, fine. But one major, there's no Bard's College. Bard is like a class you can choose from, but there's no Bard's College in this one. Also, all of your skills are like this. Like, you have a separate skill for spears and hand-to-hand. You have medium armor, and you have heavy armor, and blunt weapons, and long blades, and axes. And then all the magic schools. So it's a lot more complication in a lot of ways, but it's also simpler in others. It just kind of depends on, like, which aspects you're looking at. Either way, same universe, just way in the past. I think it's a few hundred years before Skyrim, if I'm remembering correctly. So I sold that junk. Let's go grab the other junk to sell that I left behind. And then we're going to head to Balmora. We're going to take the Silt Strider to go to Balmora. Also, another major thing about Morrowind. This is the map over here. If I go to the world map, I can't fast travel. There is no fast travel. Not in the Skyrim sense, at least. And also, it is a Bethesda game, so you can do stuff like this. Oh no, it's patched! It's patched! I can't do it here. Okay, so I'm using a patch that actually fixes some glitches. One of the glitches that you could do in the original game is you can jump up this corner of this and jump up on top of that walkway there and then come around into the door that's up there, which leads into this building. So if you didn't know how to get the key, you could actually use that to get in here. Let's grab those to sell. Go grab my skooma and moon sugar because there is one specific person I need to sell that to. I'm also going to quickly reset the actors so they're not in weird looking places. There, now she's over there. That's how you know you played too much of these games, where you're just like, console, enter command, done. Just keep moving. Alright, sell you that and those arrows, because I'm not going to need them. Can you afford that? Yes. Alright. Now,
Greetings.
we'll take our drugs. And we're heading to Balmora, because I've got someone there I can sell them to. Yeah, there it is. But yeah, this is the Gork that I've made so far. Like, obviously he doesn't have weapons and armor yet. He's still very new, but that's what I can do for the time being. There are goblins in the Elder Scrolls, and we'll actually be seeing some once we get to the Mournhold or the Tribunal DLC later. But that's a Tribunal expansion, I should probably say, honestly. But yeah, so we're gonna take the Silt Strider. This is our fast travel in Morrowind. We actually get like these transit things. This is a Silt Strider, which you, if you played the Dragonborn or the expansion that has Solstheim in it, in Skyrim, you might have ended up seeing a small baby Silt Strider. But this is them at full size, and the way that they work is they are lobotomized. The people basically scoop out a chunk of their shell and some of their innards that are then connected to these little levers that allow them to be controlled by people. So, you know, that's how we do things here. There's also boats that you can use. A lot of places have ships that can go because there's a lot. We are on an island, technically here. And then there's also the Propylon chambers, which we're barely going to use, if at all, because they're so out of the way that they're kind of inconvenient. Then finally, there's the Mages Guild teleportation system, which is the one I'll probably be using the most often because it's the cheapest. Yeah, I thought it was called Dragonborn. It's been a while since I played that. Yeah, so we're going to go to Balmora. Takes a bit to load up because I've got this thing modded. And it's got to figure out where the nav meshes are.
We make a special trip just for you. Same low price.
Yeah, welcome to Balmora. This is a city we're going to probably be spending quite a lot of time in. We might even join the Great House, Great House Halalu, which this is their council seat. This is their headquarters, more or less, is this town. But there's also a lot of other things going on here, too. For one, for some reason, the game just lets you take the stuff out of all these, like, little urns and crates that you see sitting on the side. Don't know why, but it does. So, if you play the game, take advantage of it. It's a little extra spending cash, some extra ingredients for you to use for alchemy. Sometimes, rarely, you'll actually have magic items in them. Doesn't happen often, but it does happen. These ones are mostly food, though. Yeah, see, there's like 4 gold and a quality restore intelligence potion. Not bad. Yeah, there you go. 6 more gold. And a exclusive restore personality. Some gold. And a soul gem. More gold. Another soul gem. Alright. Well, here we are at the actual guilds right now. That's the Fighters Guild with that shield symbol, and this is the Mages Guild right here with that eye symbol. And we're gonna go to the Mages Guild because, in spite of the fact that Gork would never do a mage, it's just too convenient not to join them.
All right, I'm listening.
That's Galbadir. She's an enchanter. And a wood elf. But yeah, the Mages Guild is just far, far too convenient for us not to join it. So I'm just going to think of this as being like the Merchants Guild. But join the Mages Guild. Yes, you look like the sort we could use in the Mages Guild. Will you take the Mage's Oath and join the guild? No, tell me what the Mage's Oath is. Perform any duties assigned to you by the masters of the guild. Learn from them and grow strong. Always share your knowledge freely with other guild members. Never strike or steal from another guild member. Does this appeal to you? Yes, I would like to join. I'm going to tell you right now, the majority of the quests in the Mages Guild does not follow this oath. You are tasked to steal from people. You are tasked to spy on people. You are tasked to sabotage people's work. And it happens more often than you would like, in my opinion. So, you know, it's fun for them to say that, but it's lies. Little secret. Somebody said Larius Vara over at Fort Boomoth is looking for me? Said he wanted to talk to me. Don't know what about. I don't know what about either. He shouldn't have heard of me yet. She doesn't have any duties for me because I'm too low ranking, but that's okay. We're not here to see her except for the initial joining. We're going to come back here to our good friend Ajira, who is going to be one of our best friends in this game for a long time coming. Why? Because it's really easy to get her disposition high, her bartering skill is not very high, and she buys drugs. So, first of all, we're going to ask her for duties. She wants us to help her study mushrooms. Hey, look, all these mushrooms that she's talking about, I already picked them up before. Did I bring them with me, though? Yes, I did. As you can see, we got Bungler's Bane, Hypophacia, Luminous Rosola, and Violet Carprinus. As you can see, we don't know what any of these things do yet. Because our alchemy is absolute garbage. We could use her to help us with that, but we're mainly gonna give her these mushrooms. Here they are. Yep, and in return, she gave us 4 cheap restore health potions, which are nice to have. Next, she's going to want us to help her with a bet that she has with one of her friends. You can see her dispositions going up while we're doing this. She wants us to put a fake soul gem in Galbadir's desk upstairs. Galbadir will be coming downstairs to talk with a compatriot.
I'm listening, please. Go ahead.
And I know I'm kind of going through this fast. Part of that is because I've been through this part of the game like 300-400 times. And we're going to wait for Galbadir to come downstairs. But another part is because this isn't really necessarily important for some of the characterization I'm going to go into while playing the game. Once I pick a great house and go join the Fighters Guild and the Imperial Legion, then I'll be more in tune with how Gork would normally act. But for now, this is how we are. So, we go up here, go to Galbadir's desk, we take the fake soul gem we got, we pop it inside. We could steal the other ones, but that would make it where if I tried to sell any soul gems to Galbadir later, they would be like, hey, that's mine, you stole that, even if it wasn't the same one. So, we're just, to avoid that, I'm just going to put it in there and then walk away. And I forgot it does this. Even with the cleaned up pathing and the extra mapping and stuff I've got from the mods and OpenMW, Bethesda games are still going to be Bethesda games. Is she gonna make it? I'm sorry. Go back upstairs. Oh boy. All right. Hey, Ojera, I did it.
My turn to listen.
Yep. Any more duties? Now you need flowers. You need gold cannet, stone flower petals, willow anther, and heather. I know where to find all those, but we got our disposition up to 81, which is decently high. Now, mainly we want to sell the skooma. Skooma is really good in Morrowind. In fact, Skooma's better in Morrowind than it is in Oblivion. It's actually really good for just massively increasing your speed. So it's actually useful, and we probably should keep it, but I'm just not gonna. Damn, we already got you up to... It's gonna make that 660. Just here you go. That, let's... how much moon sugar can I sell you? How much do you even have the money for? Much already. There, perfect. 4. Might as well eke an extra gold out of it, right? Alright, so we've sold most of our drugs, but not all of them. We're a member of the Mages Guild, though, so we're just going to sleep for 24 hours here and sell the rest of it.
All right, then. I'm listening.
Welcome, friend.
Can you afford all of that? Yes, you can. Good. The rest of those ingredients I want to keep. I am gonna sell you those 2 potions though, because they're, while good, they're not. I'm not gonna need those anytime soon. Oh, I can't sell you both of them. Hey, we'll take that one.
Go ahead, I'm listening.
All right, and with that, we now have over 3K gold. So, that'll do. Now, I don't know, is the music loud for y'all at all? It feels like it's overpowering to me, but at the same time, I'm wearing headphones, so like to me that feels comfy, but I don't know how that feels to everyone else, and it's gonna lower so many of my other sounds to have it that low. But yeah, so with that, we are going to go get a little bit more coin.
Outlander.
I usually try to avoid this guy in this green robe for storyline reasons. You'll see later probably if you watch. Alright. So this is the east side of the river, based on my little mini map down there at the bottom right. Yeah, there's Morrowind has a couple of things where it just gets super loud with the music. And it is mostly that one, which is the main theme, so I understand why it's loud. It's just, jeez. Aha! Wow! That's a really good find. We have a summon now. We have an amulet that lets us summon a skeleton for a minute. That's an extremely good find at level 1. I actually might keep that restore strength potion. It's going to be useful soon. Yeah, so this is the Southwall Corner Club that we were told to come to ask where our contact is. This is also the Thieves Guild hideout in this town. So if you want to join the Thieves Guild in the game, this is where you would go. This guy we gotta talk to. We are looking for Caius Causades. Old Caius rents a little bed and basket just up the hill on the north edge of town. About the front door, not the upper door to the terrace. Then right up the stairs, then left at the top of the stairs and down to the end of the streets. Alright, so back to where we were. Up the stairs, and Caius's place is right over here. And now it's time for us to meet our boss for the next good while in this game, actually, throughout most of the main quest line. Caius Causades. Full daddy energy. 6-pack and shirt off. Also, what's this?
Yes, Orc?
A spoon and a skooma pipe, you'll see. Sir. Yeah. We'll talk to him. What? Yes, I'm Caius Causades, but what do you mean you were told to report to Caius Causades? What are you talking about? Well, ask him about him. Caius Causades. I'm just an old man with a skooma problem. So, you say your name is Gork, and you've been told to report to me and deliver a package. Perhaps you'll let me look at it. Of course. Yes, very interesting. So it says here the Emperor wants me to make you a novice in the Blades, and that means you'll be following my orders. Are you ready to follow my orders, Gork? Yes. You gotta say yes to advance the storyline, so. Good. Welcome to the service, novice Gork. It's gonna sound weird to say that every time. I'm probably just gonna say Gork. Now you belong to the Blades. We're the Emperor's eyes and ears in the provinces. You can use my bed if you need to rest, but leave my personal stuff alone unless I say otherwise. If you like, you can improve your modest skills with our blades trainers now, or if you're in a hurry, I can give you orders right away, but don't forget to visit those blade trainers. So, we're going to ask him about who the blades trainers are. These blades agents offer training. Free, of course, but cheap for a fellow agent. Look for Rithleen. Oh, I don't know how to pronounce that one. That's a high elf, I believe. Nine Toes here in Balmora. In Caldera, you can see Serene Lorraine. In Aldrun, see Gildan. And then there's Soviorn Horsemouth, lives in a hut west of Caldera. And Alone, the scout, can be found in Ariel's trade house in Seydanine. Alone was the person we were told to go talk to get better directions to Balmora. But we took the Silt Strider, so we didn't need those directions. Blades. We're spies. With the Emperor's hidden eyes and ears in the provinces. We watch the Emperor's enemies, we look for opportunities, we make reports, and when the Emperor commands, we obey. But we're only one of many guilds and factions in Morrowind. You should know a little about Morrowind politics before you get involved with any of the other groups. Fair enough. Well, let's stick to the blades for now. So, who's Rithleen? Warrior Rithleen lives 2 houses south, upstairs. Well, that's a quick one. We'll be able to find her with no problem. You also see that I can't click on Rithleen's name anymore now because he doesn't have anything else to say about her. And it's in my journal where she is, so the game's like, okay, you know how to do it. So, here, Malion. Listen. The blades were here before the actual stuff came up. These aren't those blades, alright? This ain't Delphine. This is Caius Cassades. He's a Chad. We're gonna let Caius Cassades be who he is, okay? He's not dealing with dragons. He's dealing with actual politics. But yes, fuck Delphine. Fuck that bullshit. I say to Delphine what the person who was trying to get the guy looking for Mehrunes razor said when she was trying to get him to stop. Dead oaths on dead lips. Those people are gone, and you weren't alive when those oaths were made. Let it go. But yeah, anyways. But yeah, where I was going? Okay, so Termillion, he's a healer, 2 houses south, downstairs. So they're both right, real close by. So now, if you ask him about his name, instead of just telling us he's a monk or a man with a skooma problem, he's like, I'm the Imperial Spy Master from Morrowind, and since I'm the ranking Blades Agent of Morrowind, you report to me. You follow orders, and we'll get along fine. Now, we'll ask about Alone. Alone, the scout, can usually be found at Ariel's trade house in Seydanine. You know where that is. You arrived in Seydanine by boat. Gildan. Nightblade Gildan lives in Aldrun, the Redoran district seat north of here, beyond Caldera. Gildan is in the southeast corner of town, in a house to the right of the steps up to the temple. Then there's Nine Toes. To get to Hunter Nine Toes, leave my door facing south. Go right down the steps, then turn left and head south. Looking for his door on your left. Soviorn Horsemouth. Master Arm Sovior Horsemouth lives in a Gork herder's hut in the middle of nowhere west of Caldera. I've only been there once and couldn't give you directions. Go look for him if you feel like a little hike. Serene Lorraine. Mage Serene Lorraine is in Caldera, the next town north. Her half timber and stone house sits between the twin towers of the North Gate and the Governor's Hall. Yeah, this game was made in 2004. And you can get a bunch of info from Caius about all the different guilds and factions and all the politics going on. However, in the meantime, we're just going to ask him for orders. So, first thing, Pilgrim, you're new, and you look it. Well, thanks. Here's 200 drakes. Go get yourself a decent weapon or armor or a spell. And second thing, you need a cover identity around here. You need a cover identity. Around here, freelance adventurer is a common profession. Sign on with the Fighters Guild, or Mages Guild, or Imperial Cult, or Legion. Advance in the ranks, gain skill and experience, or go out on your own. Look for freelance work, for trouble. Then, when you're ready, come back and I'll have orders for you. So, we'll ask about freelance work. You can always just wander around and ask for work. Hunt monsters and sell their hides, collect ingredients for alchemists, prey on bandits and smugglers, search ruins for loot. All you need are better skills and conditioning, and knowledge of Morrowind, and spend what you earn on the equipment and training. Then come back a little less wet behind the ears, and I won't have to worry so much about you when I send you out on a mission. So he gave us 200 gold just to help us out, and basically, this is the game telling us, hey, you're still level 1, you're not really quite ready for some of the initial main quest stuff, so Go have some fun, explore the world a bit, get to know it some, then come back when you're ready to start the main quest. And that's what we're going to do. So with all of that, we now have 3,300 gold. We got ingredients that we're going to be making potions with later. We got a sweet amulet to start off with. Being able to summon a skeleton at this level without actually having to use magic is great. It does damage your health 10 points, but you get 5 extra points of speed for 60 seconds. We're going to put it on for now. I'm not going to use it very often, but we will put it on. In fact, let me go ahead and pick it as my thing to use. That will be useful. Oh, now let's actually go talk to the Blades because they're going to give us some extra stuff. Free stuff. Oh, not there. This is that lady's house. People we want to talk to are here.
What's a girl got to do to get some attention around here?
Ayo. Welcome, novice Gork. Rithleen is my name. Warrior is my trait. I'd be happy to share a little advice or Morrowind lore with a fellow Blade, or maybe you'd like to catch up on the latest rumors. I just want to ask you about the Blades. I'm a Blade too, and I report to Caius like you. You're welcome to use my bed to rest, but leave my other stuff alone, please. Blades trainers? Yes, we aren't trying to make a profit off our fellow Blades. So annoying. And now I can't remember what all she says about that now. But she gave me a cuirass and helmet, which are for free. And since I'm starting out with heavy armor, that's awesome. And, you know, she offers training and a couple of different skills that will be useful for us later. Then, let me just go downstairs here. Let me talk to this guy who's a mage. We ask him about Blades trainers. Basic skill training is cheap. We give you discounts for higher rank in the Blades, and we keep our prices low. But advanced training is never cheap, even from us. Look, to get you started, here's my old Alembic. Maybe you can get a few gold for it, or use it yourself. Give me a Journeyman's Alembic, which is we got to use for alchemy.
How?
To do alchemy in Morrowind, all you really need is a mortar and pestle. However, to do good alchemy, there are 4 pieces of equipment that you have to use in tandem. This is not a person I care about. Nine Toes, I want to say, is down here somewhere. I don't know if he's on... That's not it. There we go, Nine Toes. Nine Toes is an Argonian who will be involved in a quest that we're going to do later. We'll talk to him about Blades trainers. He gives us 4 moon sugar to sell to somebody. And he mentions the 2 Khajiit in town, Ajira and Revere, will buy it. What do you think about Caius? He's okay. Sour. A warrior. But he knows his job and leaves us alone to do ours. Important. Alright. And that gets us a lot of our starting stuff that we're going to need. We're also going to go ahead and join the Fighters Guild right away. We'll buy some our basic equipment from them and get started on the first Fighters Guild quest.
What is this regarding?
Actually going to finally do a job. All of that was just prep. Oh, man. Nose is itchy. Been messing with me for like the past hour or 2.
Oh, Outlander, did you want something?
Outlander.
What's your story?
Alright, this is Idas Fire Eyes. She is the leader of the Balmora Fighters Guild, and we're here to join the Fighters Guild. Tell me the charter. Your duties are to your lords and brethren. In all ways, proceed with honor and valor. Keep a keen and watchful mind, and never succumb to the craven tricks of the weak. As a member, you are permitted to use items in our equipment chest. It is traitorous to fight or thieve from other members of your guild. If you break these rules, you must speak with at least a warder of the guild to redeem your standing. Will you uphold these simple ideals? You bet. You're now Gork, the associate in the Fighters Guild. Work hard, follow orders, and you'll do just fine. Seek me out if you feel you're ready for advancement. Well, I'm definitely not. I want my first set of orders. I have a very simple contract to end an infestation of cave rats. You might be able to handle it. Go to Vvardenfell's house. It's here in Balmore, along the river on the east side. Ask her where the rats are coming from. Kill the rats and get your payment from the Vvardenfell. Report back to me once you've taken care of this. Fantasy game names. Oh, wait, hold on. Oh, my God. So this is the armorer. Oh, and he'll do business with us because he doesn't buy ingredients. He doesn't care that we have moon sugar on us. Oh, yes, you do have armor. Honestly, wouldn't it be better for me to head over the Querus? It would be best, at least, for me to go join the Imperial Legion right away, but I think we'll start off with a standard steel set. It's not great. It's not what I would normally use, to be honest, but it will do for a starting set. The only problem is it's going to be pretty heavy. Also, I just realized he doesn't have all the pieces I would need. Still right, still left. Missing the left gauntlet. Any of that need to be repaired? No. I still need a left gauntlet and a good blade. Well, there is one place I know I can get an okay blade for free. Let's just find this gauntlet first, and then I'll go get that.
I'm listening, please. Go ahead.
Okay, this guy mostly sells medium armor. He might have a heavy left gauntlet, though. Nope, that's all medium armor and light. Oh, no, there's some heavy, but it's not things I want. You don't have anything for me right now. Another, I think this is a weaponsmith over here.
What is this regarding, Orc?
Man, I don't play orcs often in this game, so hearing them, like, say with, like, so much repulse, just, orc. It's like, ugh. Easy, man, come on, calm down. Yeah, this guy's just a weaponsmith. He doesn't have any armor. Sad.
Head on.
This guy is an outfitter shop. He might have something. Outfitters usually don't have, like, a lot of equipment. They just have, like, some base... Oh, yeah, that's right. They're just gonna set it on the desk in front of him. He does not have what I'm looking for. Darn. Back now? And before I even talk to her, I know she's gonna... Alright, you got weapons. You do have a bit of armor, but not the kind I need. Well, I don't like buying things from Revere if I can help it because he's a cheapskate, but... he at least won't care that I have moon sugar. Notice, since his disposition isn't high, though, he does not give me, really, what that moon sugar is worth compared to a Jera. You don't even have any heavy armor at all. Well, I'm just gonna sell this so you get it out of my inventory. I don't know if any other shops in this town would actually have what I'm looking for. Also notice my footsteps got way heavier because I'm wearing metal boots now. Let's try going... Oh yeah, I gotta go to Saint Denis to get this sword I'm
walk
thinking
when
of
you can
anyways. If I have to, I will buy an iron left gauntlet if I must, but I really want the full steel set. How are you under there again? Whatever. Also, there's some questing that we gotta do in Saint Denis anyways, so. You have... Oh! That will do. Imperial steel is slightly better than regular steel. Oh, wait, you got actually the regular steel stuff. I mean... 3 versus 28. Could stand to have the money saved, honestly. And we're going to be changing out all of this at some point anyway. So we'll just go for the standard steel. I also sell my shirt and my pants because
Greetings. How do you do?
I don't technically need those. Oh, and you know what? Take that Alembic as well. I'm not going to use that. I want to keep that restore strength though.
Yes, Orc? What do you want?
And now we need that weapon, but before I do that, I'm gonna go store some stuff here. And we're going to store some shit that's kind of in a kind of out of the way spot. We're also gonna take this lantern. So, all this stuff here it's not mine, but it may as well be, you know. I'm gonna take this flint and these food items because they're alchemy ingredients. So I'm gonna take this booze. All right. I didn't think I looted all this up yet, but... Alright, so now we're going to take all of our ingredients and put them away. Inventory Tetris. You know, there was a way for one of the code patches back in the day that you could just like shift click things and they'd automatically go, the whole stack would automatically go into the container you're looking in. Okay, well, so throw some of our extra junk in here. I don't think Mazda has the same... It's fair. Will that fit in there? Yeah, good. And then we'll toss this Mazda in here because we might want it later, but right now I think I'm good with what I got here. Also, throw that warehouse key in there and these directions to Caius. There. And I'm going to take one of these torches so I got an extra light source if I need it. Dungeons in this game can get kind of dark. I can always like up the gamma to kind of get around that, but it was a little cheap to do that.
Yes?
Yeah, we are going to go now and get the sword I was talking about earlier. We're going to get for free. And then there is some questing in this area that we're going to be doing. Some exploring, a little adventuring to find some cool stuff. I don't want to be sprinting everywhere because I want to keep my fatigue up. The green bar at the bottom left there is my fatigue. Fatigue affects everything that you do, from trying to hit someone to bartering to people's disposition of you in general gets lower if you're low or out of fatigue. And so you want to keep it up as high as possible at all times. Now, obviously, moving at this pace the entire game would not be acceptable, but... And here we go. Oh, last night for D&D? I bet. I heard that, let's talk about that for a second then before I get into what this guy is. I heard that we went from the 9 layers of hell into Elysium, the Elysian Fields, and Gork is very uncomfortable since he's, evil. And we're on a good aligned plane now. So he's probably going to get sick at some point. I am interested to see how the rest of things end up going. Ooh, excuse me. But yeah, Mondays, I'm going to be hit or miss if I'm going to be able to make it for D&D stuff now. Things have just changed up a bit, new job stuff and all that fun crap. So, but yeah, so this right here, this is Tar Heel. He is the where we're getting the free sword that I wanted. That's okay. It's not great, but it works. He also has a very snazzy hat, but it counts as light armor, so we're not going to wear it. He has an extravagant robe, which we can wear over our armor, and some extravagant shoes. He also has 3 skulls of what's called Icarian Flight. Fortify skill acrobatics, 1,000 points for 7 seconds on self. So this makes it where you can literally jump from one side of the continent to the other, or close to it at least. The problem is, since it only lasts for 7 seconds, when you land, if you haven't done something to raise your acrobatics high enough, you will take full fall damage and die. Which is what happened to this poor soul. And he's got 9 gold. Well, we're going to dispose of his corpse. And his journal is here. Oh, you guys got back there. Okay. Alright, yeah, so... I believe I may have found the correct formula for the spell I am developing. With it, I will be able to travel great distances without the need to pay others for services. If all goes well, I will test out the new spell tomorrow. I believe I've worked out all the possible complications. It will allow me to leap great distances, covering many hundreds of miles. Never before has one been able to travel in this manner, vaulting from the ground, sailing through the sky, all without that terrible disorientation of a spell of flying. The time is almost upon me. My research is finished, and all of my calculations are checked and rechecked. They laughed at me when I suggested this. We'll see who laughs after I leap to the top of their towers and scream out my success. That didn't go so well. Also, the name of that guy, Tar Heel, is a direct Easter egg reference. One of the creators of this game, or one of the people who helped make this game, was actually from North Carolina, my home state. In North Carolina, we have 2 colleges here that are big rivals. That is the UNC University of North Carolina in Chapel Hill, who are known as the Tar Heels, i.e. this character, and the private school Duke University, which has a really thriving medical program, and they are the Blue Devils. And this guy, was a Duke fan, and so had someone named Tar Heel die because he thought it would be funny. There's also another Easter egg in the game that has to do with one of the coaches from the Duke Blue Devils, Shashevsky, if I remember correctly, or coaches, or I think it was a coach. It's been a while since I've actually read about this. So that guy put multiple Easter eggs in this game that are direct references to teams that I've grown up with my whole life. So it's kind of neat. Oh, yeah. It's Skyr. He's probably mentioned by Neloth, I would assume, since Neloth's in this game too. But yeah, so that's all that was over here. For now. I mean, there's more over there. It's just, I'm not going to go over there. But yeah, with that, we now have a weapon to actually use, which will be cool. But at this point, we are going to do some actual proper exploration and some dungeon delving, because it's time. First things first, it's dark out. I can carry a torch in my offhand, which does not do much, actually. I was expecting to get a little more light out of that, but not really worth using that if that's the way it's gonna be. We gotta thread the needle between these two mud crabs. I could kill them. Yeah, this is what mud crabs look like in Morrowind, actually. That's a mud crab. So, I want you to understand real quick. We're going to look at this map. So this is the island of Vvardenfell that we are currently on. Up here, this island, that's Solstheim. So from the Dragonborn DLC, Solstheim, that island is right here, which means Skyrim is over in this area somewhere. There's also technically land that would be surrounding this area, right around here, because this is an island in the middle of the mainland of Morrowind. And the mainland of Morrowind would be like down around this area. But it's not in the base game. There is a large modding project that introduces most of the Morrowind area. But I don't have that in here because I'm going for a mostly vanilla experience right now. Oh, Scrib. So these guys are cool. They're passive enemies. They're called Scrib. And they actually have an item called Scrib Jelly, which is really good for making cure disease potions. However, at level 1, they will kill me. Just one of these things will kill me because they have a paralyzation effect. And if you're paralyzed and you don't have a way of drinking a potion to get you unparalyzed, you're helpless. And they just sit there and nibble on you to death. What we came out here for mainly, though, is this guy, Processus Vitellius. We got a journal entry, it says, for this, and he has 200 gold on him, and a record. I could take his clothes, but we can't actually dispose of his corpse because it's a quest thing, and so we have to just kind of leave him here. So we'll open our journal. I found a corpse while traveling near Satanin. It seems to be the corpse of one Processus Vitellius. Based on some items found on his body, he is carrying a parchment with what look like tax records. He also had 200 gold on his body, probably taxes he collected. So, the game doesn't prompt you to do anything about this other than that journal entry. But, I know where to go for this. What you can do, however, is once you see him, my athletics went up. So, this is going to be something important to keep in mind. The way the leveling works in Morrowind is like it worked in Oblivion, for those who played that. Whereas you gain level ups based on gaining your major and minor skills. I have athletics set as a miscellaneous skill. You do not gain points to level up with your miscellaneous skills. But you do need to raise enough skills connected. Each of the skills is connected to an attribute. Every time you raise a skill connected to an attribute, it will increase your multiplier count. We want to get 10 skills raised in one attribute so that when we level up, we get a ×5 multiplier, so we'll get 5 points into that attribute instead of just 1. So that's something we'll have to keep in mind. Thankfully, since I am playing OpenMW, it has an option so that I can tell how often, what multiplier I'll get when I level up. So you can see I have 0 out of 10 progress towards leveling up because I've not leveled up any skills in my major or minor skills. But I have a 2x multiplier to my speed attribute if I leveled up now because I raised athletics by just running around. Athletics you primarily raise by running around and by, where was I going? Oh yeah, I was going back to Balmora, or Satanin. But you raise that primarily by running around and swimming. It's the best way. Also, the way the physics works in this game is actually way faster to leap over and over again to places rather than just walk, especially if your speed stat is low. This will, however, massively raise your acrobatics over time, so just be careful. Alright, have fun, Scarlet. I will be on here for a bit. Yeah, it is foggy out a little bit right now. What did I come back for exactly? Oh, yeah, I gotta... What I can do is talk to the guard and let him... and mention the name... There it is, murder of Processus Vitellius. I'm gonna say that differently every time. Found his body, huh? Well, it's up to you, what to do with that information. I suppose that Succius Argala in the Census and Excise office would be the one to tell, if that's your inclination. You can see this guy does not really care that that guy died. Like, okay, he's like, that's a tragedy. But everyone knows that guy was the tax man in this area. In fact, if we look at the tax record that he had, we can see the name of many people who actually live here in the town. Auril, the owner of the trade house, paid the most amount of taxes, 450, because he's a merchant. Makes sense. Then you had other people, 200, 130, 78, 111. Of course, Argoth can't pay, because he's getting shaken down. Foreign Gilneth is 225 drakes, which is more than everyone other than Auril, and hasn't paid for it. This will be important later, something to keep in mind. But yeah, so let's head back to the Census and Excise office. The guy that guard mentioned is the person who we talked to near the beginning up here. Also, if I steal anything in here now, I will actually get in trouble from it, so I can't be doing that anymore.
I must be going, so if you could make it quick.
Wow, I know it's nighttime, but geez. Yeah, there was a murder. Murdered? What a waste. Processus was a good man. I've been wondering why we hadn't heard from him in a few days. Still, these are dangerous times we live in, and these sorts of things will happen. Did you happen to find the tax money he'd collected? I hate to be so callous, but I do have a job to do. So, at this point, you can lie and say you didn't find anything, or you can be like, yeah, I found 200 septims on him. I'm gonna be real with you. In this game, 200 septims ain't jack shit, so let him have it back. It's in your best interest. You did. How odd that he was murdered but not robbed. Your honesty is appreciated, I can tell you that. I won't forget this. Gork. In fact, if you're looking for some money for yourself, I'd like to see the murderer of Processus punished. Killing an emperor's tax collector is punishable by death. Find his murderer, bring him to justice, and the Census and Excise office will pay you 500 septims. Hey, that's 300 more than we would have gotten. So, all we gotta do is go figure out stuff about it. So let's ask this guard. Hey, you know much about the murder? We heard. He was a good man. His murder should be avenged. No, so you don't know much? That's fine.
I'm listening.
Oh, hi there, ma'am. I was wondering if you know much about the murder of Processus Vitellius. Someone finally got him, huh? He was a tax man. Well, it's no surprise, I suppose. No one likes a tax collector, especially one who flaunts his wealth while taking our hard-earned cash. Only one who could stomach him at all was the Vare over in the lighthouse. The two of them spent some time together. Shame, really. She seemed like a nice woman. Well, that feels a tad bit uppity of you, but okay. And so we were told that the lady that keeps the lighthouse apparently was hanging out with this tax collector guy. Sip here real quick. Yeah, it's time to trim the mustache. I'm starting to get it wet when I'm drinking. There we go. I'm Vvardenfell. Welcome to Scenic Satanine, gateway to Morrowind. Are you looking for someone in particular, or do you just want a little advice? Actually, I'm here because I found the body of Processus Vitellius. It seems he may have been murdered. Processus murdered? No, tell me it's not so. He was the gentlest man I ever met. He and I have become so close in the past few months. I don't know what I'll do without him. I've only seen him get angry once or twice and never raise a hand to anyone. This is so sad. Seen him get angry? Well, not even angry, I suppose. I saw him arguing once with Foreign Gilneth. That name. About his taxes. He thought Processus had been levying too much and skimming off the top for himself. Ridiculous. Processus wouldn't have done such a thing, I'm sure of it. Please, find out what happened, friend. And if you find out what became of his ring, it would ease my heart. this ring. I gave him the ring many months ago. It was dear to him. I would like it to remember him by. Right?
Where's
So
that slave? Here not long ago.
yeah, there's slavery in Morrowind, so that's gonna get brought up from time to time. We'll talk about that later. Whoop, I didn't mean to pull my hands out there. I'm not trying to cast a spell right now. Oh yeah, that's right. The moss isn't actually a thing you could do anything with in this game for some reason. So, there's only one person that's known that they might have had a row with, I should say, not roux. Roux's something used for cooking. But yeah, here we are, Foreign Gilneth's shack. Let's go inside. Let's wait until our fatigue gets up all the way. And then we'll talk to him. I'm fine, thank you. What can I do for you? So your name has come up with the murder processus vitalis. That fetcher? You damn right I did him in, and a good thing, too. He was skimming a load of money from all of us honest people, overcharging us on our taxes and keeping the difference for himself. He was always flaunting his money around, showing off his new clothes and jewels. You mean that ring that was given to him for free by his girlfriend? So I killed the bastard, left his body out there to rot, with all his ill-begotten gold still on him. He was wearing commoner clothes. And a nice ring. Alright, that's no excuse for murder, and your punishment has been decided. You're one of them, huh? Come to kill me? Well, give it your best shot, Orc. I no problem spilling more of the blood of the Emperor's lackeys. I mean, we could... Oh.
You will suffer greatly.
Just gotta wait till he swings. There we go. Alright, now it's self-defense. So, this is how combat works in Morrowind. I'm probably gonna need to actually back out of here. Because my fatigue is so low that I can't actually hit him. So we're going to wait for an hour. I am also going to get my Berserk ready because that will help me hit him. Yeah, because it fortifies attack 100. Alright, well now we're in Berserker mode. There we go. Yeah, alright. And now he's dead, and we found the ring, which he decided to wear, oddly enough. The one thing you took from him was the fancy ring. Rotten bastard. And now, because we're in Morrowind, the only person who had ownership to anything in this building is now dead, which means squatter's rights. This is now my starter home. Everything in here belongs to me. And I will do with it as I see fit. There's also this book right here. However, that book, given that its value, any book over 100 very often is a book that will give you a skill up. So I'm not going to read it yet. I don't remember which skill up that gives you. But I'm trying to be particular about how I level up. But yeah, so we got a hammock to live in, places to store stuff, some free shit. This is ours now. We own it. We don't actually own it, but we're going to get to use it as if we did own it. Well, the lighting smoothing isn't working quite right.
Yes?
All right, let me go tell her first, since she actually had an emotional attachment to the case. Found his ring. There you go. Oh, you found the ring I gave him. Thank you so much, Gork. It's good to have something to remember him by, though I'll never see him again. Here, take this. He usually traveled with a couple when he was doing his job. Didn't this last time. Only he had. 2 standard restore health potions added to inventory. Yeah. Thank you again for returning the ring. There we go. So that's that part. Got a few health potions, which will be useful, especially in the early game here. come around and go through here. Go back and let this guy know that the murderer has been sadly brought to justice.
All right, I'm listening.
I heard you've been asking around about his murder. I'm glad to see this matter brought to its completion. Here's your reward, Gork. Good to see there are still some citizens who understand their loyalty to our Emperor. And he gave me 500 gold. Quite a shame. He was a good man and a loyal servant to the Emperor. Yeah, there we go. Got some money. Got some potions. Took care of a small mystery in the town. And gained myself a house. Oh, you know what? Speaking of which. It's far more convenient for me to take this stuff to the other place now. So the torch too while I'm in here. And then up here I just want ingredients. Bread. Actually I want the book here too because books in these games are always cool. And that's it. Alright.
Yes?
I just want to sell you that junk item that I don't care about. Didn't really even need to go in there right away, but whatever. Alright. And I think I'm going to leave out the little playset. Normally, when I'm playing this, I pick these all, I take everything and I sell the bric-a-brac. But we're going to be kind of RPing just a little bit with this character. So let's leave out the cutlery and stuff. It looks cooler that way. Let's take all the items that are in here. We'll leave that. Alright, now, what do I want to keep? I was hoping maybe if I right-clicked, it would auto-move it. But to no avail. Put the warehouse key away so it doesn't get taken from us if someone realizes that we've been stealing stuff, you know. With that, yeah, one more trip to Ariel here, but for now, hey, we actually have our own place we can use for whatever we need to. That's mostly just going to be temporary storage until I get a bigger spot. Let me go talk to Ariel up here and sell off some of these junk items that I don't want. That will do. Ow. There is a small glitch where the merchants that are in this game will equip items that are either A, more expensive, or B, have a higher armor rating than their current set of clothing does. So when you sell them stuff, often they will just put it on. There are fixes so you can turn that off, but I find it comical to sell a bunch of armor, heavy armor, to a pawnbroker and then come back like a few days later and be like, oh yeah, look at this silly guy. I don't know. It's entertaining for me. Oh, with that... Oh, there goes acrobatics up. I think acrobatics is related to strength because it's almost all purely about jumping. Yep. So now we can raise our strength and speed by 2 points if we leveled up. However, I am going to be heavily focusing on making sure I get my endurance maxed out first. Then I'll start being a little more loosey-goosey with stuff. In the meantime, it is time for me to take a short break. So I'm going to go ahead and make my first save. Gork, go. Save that game, and now it is going to be break time. So, for those of you who are new, haven't done so yet, make sure to go ahead and hit that follow button down below. The follows and live views help me out a hell of a lot. There's also down below a link to my YouTube where you can find some of my old ancient VOD archives. There's also a link to both my Twitter and my Blue Sky. You can follow me on either of those to get updates on when I go live, anytime there's a special event, technical difficulties, anything of that nature. My actual social media interactions are going to be mostly on Blue Sky, though. There is also down below, what else is there? Since I'm an affiliate, there is a subscribe button should you feel so inclined. Tier 1, 2, 2, 3, or 3, Prime sub, whatever the case may be. Any and all support is appreciated. And of course, the tip button is down below should you feel so inclined as well. All tips are appreciated but never required, but they all do go first and foremost to upgrading my PC, get more games, and then, making sure that I increase the production value of the stream for all you fine folks out there. That all being said, I'm Leftover Bits. This is Leftover Bitcha. I'm going to leave you with the Morrowind music. I'm going to take a short break, use a restroom, get a beverage, all that fun stuff. And I'll be back in just a few, so don't go anywhere. Okay, sorry that took so long. I ended up having to do a little chore for my mother-in-law real quick. So we are back now, though. Go ahead, get back on here. Reactivate my camera. There we go. All right. I got everything. And I think good. Anyway, sorry that took so long. I ended up having a little bit of stuff that I had to do there, like I said. Mother-in-law wanted me to back her car up in the carport because we're getting ready to have a storm here soon. All right. But for now, back into the game. Let's see. Now, I need to start getting specific stuff raised up. Primarily, points in strength or inert. So, long blade's going to be good for that, as is my heavy armor. So, we are going to go explore our first little dungeon.
What is this regarding, Orc?
Still not used to people calling me an orc in this game. Just not normally what I play, so.
I'm listening. Go ahead.
But right over here near Satanine, there is a place for us to go explore. It's a little cave, just a little off the beaten path. Slightly hidden behind these rocks. Adaman Sartis. This is very many people's first stop as far as dungeons go in Morrowind. There are a couple other places to explore in this area, but this is a good starting spot. I am going to go ahead and make another save. And we're going to go ahead and we're going to equip our torch again because it's going to be a little dark in there.
Now you die.
Okay, she's not damaging me much, but I haven't hit her at all yet.
Now you die.
Gotten one hit.
You Enwa.
2 hits.
Now you die.
am getting my ass kicked. Let's get my fatigue back up real quick. Oh no! Oh, that's not good.
Your wounds are great.
So that is a Dark Brotherhood assassin who's from one of the expansions. And I don't think I can kill him right now. They happen sometimes when you try to rest. He is right behind me, and these guards are not going to help.
Any time now. Clearly he was wrong. Yet I don't think he meant to.
Okay. Whew. Oh, no, he got here. Normally they don't take little jumps like that. Okay. I'm safe in here. I get rest until healed. Okay. So that's supposed to be something that doesn't happen until later. I don't think I activated the delay options though, and so I have to find a way of killing this guy. I think what I'm gonna have to do, we're gonna sleep 24 hours to get our adrenaline rush back. How'd he knock me down? Oh boy, this is not good. So thankfully he's not doing much damage to me, but he's hitting me so fast and so hard that I can't stay standing to hit him. So this is why I did that safety save at the beginning. Thankfully. Oh. Okay. An attempt was made on my life as I tried to rest. I do not know who wishes me dead, but the attack should probably be reported to a guard. Now, so the Dark Brotherhood assassins have some of the best light armor you can get in the early game. It's quite useful in that regard. We'll be selling that later. Let me toss it away for now. We might wear it later even. If we're doing some leveling up, we're trying to get our speed up. Or agility. I can't remember which one light armor goes with. But yeah, so that was harrowing, to say the least. So we'll go up to someone and be like, yo, a Dark Brotherhood assassin tried to kill me. You say you've been attacked by assassins? From your description, it sounds like the work of the Dark Brotherhood. I'm not sure who you anger, but stay away from me. I suppose this should be officially reported, though. Speak to Apelles, Matthias, and Eberhard about this matter. Dark Brotherhood, scum, all of them. If they're after you, friend, you better find yourself some help, or write a will, or both. Apelles, Matthias. He recently arrived from Cyrodiil. You'll likely find him inspecting the grounds at Eberhard. And that's something that we're not really going to be doing for a little bit. But yeah, so that happened. That was painful. And if it hasn't already, no, I think it already wore off. I was gonna say if the berserk hadn't worn off yet, it was about to, and I was probably gonna pass out, but I think I'm okay. But what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna sleep out here and hope I don't get attacked again, because I gotta finish this fight in here still. All right. You see, she healed because I did take so long to come back in here. Normally, if you in almost immediately, they don't. Got her. Okay. Feeling a little better now. All right, and you see she's got a slave key. We're gonna keep all that stuff on her to sell later. Yeah. So, the next person we're going to end up fighting is going to be a mage. We're going to try to lure them up here. See, there they are. They're going to start casting spells at us. Why are you closing? It's touch spells! He's got touch spells! Oh, I'm going to die. Yep. Which autosave? Ah, fair enough. rest was interrupted by this rat. That I can't hit. Why is this so difficult? This is so sad. Wait until I have to go kill those rats back in Balmora. Hey, heavy armor went up. That's good. Speaking of which, what am I... There we go. Jeez. Didn't even have anything worth having. Another one. Okay, I'm healed enough I can go back in there now. Screw this.
Now you die!
I have never knocked someone back that far. That was fun. Alright, let's rush this guy. Come on, get up here. Get up here while I still got it. Alright, and before that even really takes full effect, let's go ahead and chug a couple potions to counteract that damage. There we go. One more guy. There's somebody over here. She's got ranged weapons, so we're gonna want to do a little dodgy, a little serpentine action. You hear that noise is the game telling me my item doesn't have charge, but that's okay. Alright, and we've killed all but one enemy here now. Could have sworn that key would open that, but okay. Oh, it worked. Get an hour rest and get my fatigue back real quick. The adrenaline rush or the berserker mode wore off, and so my fatigue dropped and I passed out for a second there. There it is. Alright. There's one more enemy in here, and hopefully I'll be able to take it out without too much trouble. Thankfully, it's not a slaughterfish. I don't know if I'd be able to properly deal with a slaughterfish right now, actually. They hit too hard, too fast. But I will take that rising force potion. Ugh. Dummy. Pretty sure it can't get back up after falling down there. You know what? I don't mind not fighting it right now. So right here you can tell there was someone else here at some point who didn't make it out. There's also... where is it? It's usually easy to see, but I have to lean in kind of close to look around. There's usually a ring right here. Ah, there it is. I saw it. There it is. A thief ring. It's actually a pretty darn good item, especially at this point of the game. And then there's the other stuff that adventurer left behind, I assume. And this leads back around and comes out here, where we fought that mage. Yeah, I don't have to fight that rat, so I'm not gonna. I come back around here. Oh, cool. I close the gate behind me. Good. All that's left to do now is loot this place up of all the stuff that's in it, including some skooma and moon sugar and other valuable ingredients. Gold. A mace. And some other stuff to sell. What's that scroll? Soul Trap. Okay. There's another of these slave keys to get. Another Soul Trap and Open Spell. Those are useful. Alright, now, what's my weight at? Oh, okay, hold on. I can't carry anymore right now. There is like some small stuff down there, but it's not necessarily worth grabbing. I'll come in here and like clean the place out of all the random stuff in it later. Ah, that's why I couldn't open the door, because I never picked up her damn key. I was wondering why I had to lockpick that. But what I'm gonna do is up here, you can see there's a gate with some people behind it. That's 2 Argonians and a Khajiit. These guys are slaves, you can tell, because they're half naked and they've got these bracers on their arm here. And since I have the key, I can talk to them. And they'll ask him if I can let him go free. Since I have the key, I can unlock his bracers and he can go free. And this is actually part of a longer side quest. Once you free so many slaves, you'll be able to do some...
Ease your burden.
Some, I'm trying to think of the words. They'll be gone by the next time I enter this area as well. But there's a group called the Twin Laps. They're abolitionists. And if you free enough slaves, eventually they, you can end up contacting one of them, which will allow you to do some quests for them. Oh, with all that being said, I am weighed down by a bit of stuff. We found some nice junk in there that we're going to sell to Rill over here and make a little extra coin. Also, once you clear out that cave, if you want to, you could use that as a house too. It's not a great one, but it's an option.
You look ravenous.
I have a feeling that you and I are about to become
Right now, we get our fatigue back. Oh, I forgot. I got moon sugar and skooma on me. 1 second. Yeah, gotta have it not in my inventory, even if it's right there where you can see it. Anyways. What to get rid of? Grief's not super useful, the rest of those are. Other robe. Chitin dagger, chitin throwing stars, iron halberds, a silver dagger from that assassin, steel mace, chitin pauldron, cloth bracer, iron bracer, leather boots, leather pauldrons, and some more random clothing. And the rest of that is for me to keep. Ooh. Go stash some of this stuff. Do a little bit of sorting here real quick. those yet. I'm putting the non-ingredient items I want to store away here. Keep the lockpicks and probes on us. Oh, cool. You can very lightly hear the rain outside. I've got a mod installed that actually adds in where you can hear weather effects when you're inside of certain buildings, if it would like make sense for you to be able to. Put some of our other stuff in here, mainly the skooma, all the ingredients that we've got. I gotta look through my options with the mods and stuff and see if I can like shift click just to transfer the whole stack. That's what I really want to do. Being meticulous now because I only got so much that I can fit in there. In fact, I think I might be about at the upper limit. Yeah, there it is. We'll put more in here. I also don't need all of these bottles of booze on me, so we'll put away the brandy and the Flynn for later. Those are mostly, I forgot what my ADHD kicked in. I forgot what I was talking about. Oh yeah, so some of the boozes basically give you a buff to strength, which can help you carry more or hit harder. That's why I'm carrying some on me. It's useful. Put that ring on because it's pretty good. And hopefully I don't get attacked again. Good, okay. Case I think. Hit the save since we've cleared that area out for the most part. Let's go back and grab some of the leftover junk in there just to sell off. Maybe go try to actually kill that rat. Yeah, also, if you haven't noticed, over, you can see at the bottom left there with my weapon, that the line under it, the red line, that's how much charge it has, and it does slowly, very, very slowly recharge over time if you rest and whatnot. I bet music's still going. Take these bracers off the ground. Oh no, where'd the other one go? There was 3. It's probably under the floor. Let's see if it's under the floor. If it is, it's way down there. Don't normally have this problem. Huh. Yeah, I can't really get down deep in that water there to check to see, so. Oh well. They ain't worth much anyways. Anyways, can I get back over there instead of... Yes, I can, good. Go kill this rat so it'll stop having this combat music playing right now. Yeah, I can hear it still down there swimming. There we go. Ah, much better. I'll have to listen to that music. Let's get out of here. Yeah, and I'm not gonna bother collecting these mushrooms in here because they're a dime a dozen. I can literally go outside and find hundreds of those. Alright, let's go over here and get the stuff out of this area. No, gotta get out of the water. Actually counted as sleeping. I'm realizing that was kind of dangerous to do. Alright, so we're gonna come in here. We're gonna surface immediately to get our air back. There is, in this little underwater, there it is, a chest. Oh! Okay. Not bad, actually. Don't often find magic items in that one. And then down here, we can get a fishing pole. The skeleton has some bone meal. And there's this, a iron saber. Which, if you don't have a long blade weapon, you need one, is okay. I have been fighting with a long blade, right? Yeah, good, okay. Alright, not much left here at this point. We're pretty much just, like, grabbing what we can. Alright. That should be everything. Athletics went up again. Another notch for the speed. Not quite able to actually raise it yet. With that being said, yeah, that is it. This place is cleared. Mostly just how badly do I want to take everything? And the answer is quite badly, so we're going to also take these items. Bucket over here, too. Of course. Well, now I get to show the power of booze. Boom. Now, given, it also makes it where your willpower and intelligence drops, but hey, I got 75 strength right now. I can carry everything. And so yeah, that right there is basically our little starter dungeon. Get up here and sell Oriel some of our ill-gotten gains from all that. That's not even ill-gotten, really. As far as the law is concerned, those people were outlaws. They were smuggling, and then they attacked me first. Squeeze a little more gold out of them. Yeah. All right. All right, what am I keeping? There were some things I had in my head that I was going to keep from here. That gem and then some ingredients, which will have to go in a different spot. Okay. There we go. Well, there's a couple other things that we can do in this general area. Mainly there's a tomb that I want to go see because it has one very powerful magic item in it. Careful when you're swimming, there are slaughterfish everywhere. You can hear the battle music started. That's because there was a slaughterfish that saw me and was trying to get to me, but I got out of the water too quick. I'm trying to avoid combat until I get to my destination. Sounds like those scrib are still very... Oh, there's also a Quama Forager now, though. That will attack me. Thankfully, they are not very strong. Yeah, there's a slaughterfish right there. I can't remember. There's a tomb over there, and there's one that way, and I don't remember which one has what I'm looking for. I could look it up, but, I mean, I'm going to end up wanting to go through all of both of these eventually anyways. Oh, well, that mud crab saw me. Okay, here's this tomb. Samaris. This might be it. It might be the other one. Like I said, I'm going to go through both of them anyway, so it doesn't really matter, but... Now, we are going to have to deal with undead in here, so it's a good thing I got a magic weapon. And one of the undead might drain our strength. We'll have to see. Yeah, I'm pretty sure this is the right tomb. I can hear a ghost around the corner, or skeleton. Yeah, ghost. Come on now. There we go. I know there's an enemy back here. Yeah, Bone Walker. Yep. It's a lesser one, so we shouldn't take any permanent damage to our strength, but Bone Walkers are scary because they will... this one drained my agility. Now that might come back... That will, I think, technically come back on its own over time. Thankfully, I don't think I have to worry about that because I'm pretty sure I can restore it with that shrine right there. Some bone meal in those urns. Nothing in that chest. That's lame. Sorry, what was this? Scroll of Hellfire. I don't really need all this bone meal, but I'm gonna take it anyway. So this is not the tomb I meant to go to. Oh, yes, it is. You hear the sounds? Now, this is trapped. Since it has a trap, we're going to use a probe to try to disarm it. Hold on, let me get my fatigue up. Wow. Okay, I got it. Barely, but I got it. And this gets us the Mentor's Ring. Constant effect, 10 points to intelligence and willpower. This is really for spellcasters, but it's not bad for anyone to have. And it also has Ashes of Lord Bryn, which is just an item, and a key to Lord Bryn's chest. So we're going to take the key and the ring. We're going to leave the ashes there. And that key opens this chest, which has nothing inside of it. Ah, yes. Hey, my agility came back. Okay, good. I'm not paying 35 gold for a blessing. That is one of the kind of shrines that would restore us, though, so it's good to know that's there. Then we have a Scroll of Telvin's Courage, which is a illusion spell that does rally, which basically just makes it where people are more likely to keep fighting and get a slight buff to their stats, I think. They may not get the stat buff, actually. It might just be like, hey, yeah, you're more willing to fight type of thing. But yeah, so that's a tomb where we just got a really, really good ring that I can actually just go ahead and wear now. So what, our intelligence is 30, our willpower is 50. We put that on, they go up by 10. Our mana also goes up by 10 from our intelligence going up. Yeah. So that was the main thing I wanted to do. I don't actually even really need to go to the other tomb, but I'm going to anyways. Oh, I messed up. I disposed of the corpse of that mud crab and it's back now. When you do, if you don't dispose of corpses, they'll stay there for a time, and they block enemies for that enemy spawn from spawning a new enemy. Now we're getting ready to meet the nemesis of every player of Morrowind. The dreaded Cliff Racer. They can see you from a mile away, and they fly so they can get to you from just about anywhere. Wait, what? Oh, it's just that. Okay, I thought something else was attacking me too. And it can't kill me. It can't do enough damage to kill me before I would heal with a potion or something. But there's a heavy armor up. That's good. Let me get over here in front of the tomb. Gotta be kidding me here. Yeah, let my fatigue recover for a bit. I'm basically just gonna have to sit here and let myself get hit. There we go. I am gonna take the racer plumes off of it, but I'm not gonna dispose of the... That crab is still coming after me. Is that the same one? I think it might be. Probably not, though. Probably not, though, right? Oh, two of them's a bit much. I might not, I might be biting off more than I can chew here. Yeah, no, I can't. I gotta rest. I can't because there are enemies nearby somehow. I don't even understand it. Where? Where are these enemies? Thing is, I know it's that mud crab wherever it is. I just don't know where it is. Is that it? Wow. You have to be kidding me. That is hands down the most determined mud crab ever. I'm disposing of him because he spawned way over there, so I'm not worried about it as much. Oh, man. Okay. Oh, boy. Okay. They are, actually. I'm a little worried about that right now. Thank you. Thankfully, my skeleton's helping a teensy bit. Down a health potion here real quick. Can I use Berserk? I can. Oh, nope, I can't. Pretty sure my skeleton's the only one hitting this guy right now. Pretty sure if it wasn't for my skeleton, I'd be dead already. Honestly, I'm surprised he's not hitting the skeleton, just due to the fact that it's doing all the damage. His agility's so high that it's super hard for me to even hit him. Got him. Oh. No, I'm not even going to dispose of the corpse yet. Now then, let me have this rest, damn it. I need my fucking abilities back. Let's rush it. Gotta finish this before I run out of fucking ability. This is how you play an orc. Ah! I think those are the only spots in here. Yeah, that's it. Alright. Hey, ectoplasm. That's actually kind of a rare ingredient. It's not useful for very many of the things that I actually make potions for, but yeah, I guess it's good to have. Oh, a bit more. Ooh, is that a claymore? Is that a silver claymore? Ah, it's iron. Darn it. Ooh, Divine Intervention Scroll. That's useful. Divine Intervention teleports you to the nearest Imperial Cult Shrine. Fatigue back up there. And let's take a bite of the sandwich that I have just I grabbed earlier and I just let sit here. First try, I'll take it. You know, when there's nothing in, I appreciate it good happening the first try since there was nothing in there. Alright, those are like the three main little starter caves that are right around here. There are some others. Oh, I thought that guy disappeared for a second. I'm about to be upset. There's one more smuggler cave nearby that, if I remember correctly, is on that island. But obviously, unless you've got a water walking ability, you're gonna have to swim there, and I can see a slaughterfish right there. There's probably a Drew somewhere off in the distance that I can't see from here. So yeah, it's not really worth. And admittedly, the fights in there are actually a little bit hard because I think there's 1 or 2 Nords in there. You know what? Yeah, they're about to say a Claymore. I should just need to hit him one good time. Two slaughterfish. But yeah, and so that's all the close by, easy to get to dungeons. 2 tombs and that 1 cave. There's a smuggler cave, like I said, on one of these islands nearby. I just can't quite remember which one off the top of my head. I'd have to go look it up. But that's out of the way enough that I don't even feel like dealing with it. So we're just gonna head back to Vvardenfell, sell off some of our loot. Probably make Aurel look like a Dark Brotherhood assassin when we sell him a whole set of the armor. I don't know, he can't afford a whole set of the armor. He could afford it like 1 piece at a time. But that's all the easy, simple to do stuff around Vvardenfell. So at this point, we're gonna start actually thinking about heading towards Balmora on a little bit more of a permanent basis. You ready to go kill those rats for that Fighters Guild quest that we took and just didn't do?
Oh dear, what happened? You're half dead.
I know, Fargoth, I know. Quite a bit of pain. Got beat up by a Dark Brotherhood assassin. Okay, so I'm not gonna use that honestly, so it's getting sold. All these other scrolls are actually useful. Sell that. We'll sell the Claymore. Wait 24 hours for his money to restock. It's down. Trying to kill anybody right now. Actually, if I just... what's just the Querus? Both. Unfortunate. How about that? Yeah, there we go. You know what? Let's do it. Let's get him his money back. Oh, he's already wearing the Querus. Okay. One more time. Gonna make him wear a full set, darn it. Even if he's covering it with a robe. That is all I want to sell. Yes. Now he's got a full set of armor. Light armor. Still armor. Let's go put away some of these junk items. Or not junk items, but other stuff I need. Now, if I were playing this just like on my own in my free time, every time I came to store stuff, I would pull all of my ingredients out and put them back away, just to make sure that I'm actually getting all of them in the same place. That's it there. That will do. And now, rest until healed. Alright, what time does that make it? It is 1 a.m. Okay. At this point, the question is Silt Strider or foot travel, and the answer is foot travel, because we also need to pick up some items along the way. How many of those items do we have? Stoneflower petals. Heather. And a gold cannet and willow anther or black anther? I think willow anther. I don't have any of it there. Nor in here. So I don't have any, so I'm gonna have to find some along the way. I was really hoping the rain would stop when I did that, but looks like we are going to be traveling through rain. Also, interesting fact about the rain effect in Morrowind, it's not actually present throughout the place. It's an effect on my screen. So that means even if I say zoom out, you can see that the raindrops don't really change. They're still the same size, about the same distance. And that's because it's an effect on my screen and not actually something happening out in the world. I just wish it wasn't raining, because that's going to make this trip feel longer. But yeah, and now we are going to take the path to Balmora this time and walk there. We'll have to fight a few things along the way. We'll end up meeting one interesting person along the way, and we also will end up visiting the town of Pelagiad. Now, here's our first encounter with a signpost. We can see Pelagiad, Vivek, and Balmora are that way. If we take that path, we're heading towards Ebonheart. And then going back the other way, Seydanine, of course, Narmuk and Hel Ode can be reached going that way. Now, we're obviously here, though, to go towards Balmora and Pelagiad, though. So we're heading this way. Now, there is going to be... Oh, it's a scrib. Okay. A monster always spawns here of some sort. If you're lucky, it's just a scrib. Sometimes it's a rat, or rarely something bigger, but that's pretty rare. You can see the town of Pelagiad over there. Normally, we wouldn't be able to see it from here, but I've got higher distance viewing on. We're going to head this way first, though, because we want to talk to this guy. How much cash do I have? Good. All right. Just got to make sure you have, I think, 50 or 100 septums. I don't remember exactly, but... We're going to talk to this guy. It's, greetings, my friend. It is I, Nels Lindo. Ah, I see you've heard of me. I'm not surprised. No, do not tremble in fear. Nels Lindo was a reasonable man. Hardly the cutthroat some would make me out to be. I offer you a fair and healthy proposition. At this point, you can back out of this conversation and nothing will happen, but it's a proposition. A very simple proposition, actually. You will give me 50 septums, and in return, you will be allowed to continue safely on your journey. Nels Lindo give you his word as a gentleman that, once our transaction has taken place, you have nothing to fear from me. In fact, I can be a very good friend to have. What say you? Now, if you say never, you gotta fight him and kill him. And he's actually kind of strong at this level, so I wouldn't recommend it. I'd say give him the 50 gold. Ah, an excellent choice, my friend. As I said, Nels Lindo can be a very good friend to have. If you're ever in Pelagiad, I can usually be found at the Halfway Tavern. Do stop by and visit. I'm certain I can be of some service to you. Now I must be off. Good day to you, sir.
Go ahead.
Hey, Grim, how's it going? Yeah, I am playing Morrowind. I'm using OpenMW. I got some minor modifications to it. Sorry, I might be yelling right now because I'm trying to talk over the rain. And we are on the road on the way to Pelagiad right now. Hope you're doing well, by the way. Ah, that journal update has to do with the guy that we just talked to. Well, Nels Lindo is a bandit and a rogue. He was not an unpleasant sort. I'll have to remember to look him up when next I visit Pelagiad. Which is the town we're going to. We'll find him again there. If we go back the other way, he's now teleported off of that spot. You can see there's some other ingredients that we can grab along the way. I don't want to weigh myself down too much right now. I'm going to have both of those anther, willow and black anther, just in case I'm messing up. And here's the gold cannet flower I needed. And we will have these for ourselves when we head to Balmora in a bit. Here we are in Pelagiad. This is probably one of my favorite little towns in the game. I have ended up spending countless hours here just due to the way the game goes. I don't know why exactly. I think I stole a lot of stuff from the fort is one of the main reasons. But yeah, I like Pelagiad. It's got a good feel to it, even though there's not too much going on here. There are a few special quests that come this way. Yeah, I've been doing all right, Grim. Yeah, dealing with stuff. I was away for a while, not doing much of anything. I just really came back on the on NoPixel. I just came back to the server a couple days ago because I'd been away for like 3 weeks. Today I decided though that I wanted to stream a little something else for a bit, so here we are. But yeah, doing all right overall. Just getting through this. Going to be going for a little while longer. Actually, what time is it? How long have I been going? We'll probably go for another hour or so, give or take maybe. We'll have to see how it goes. Overall, I've been doing alright. Hope things are well for you. Here's the Nels Lindo guy that we just spoke to. He's here now. That is I, Nels Lindo, at your service. There's no more to be said now. Perhaps I'll see you again sometime. But yeah, he offers training in short blade, security, and sneak. All of which you would not have had access to from him had you killed him, obviously. Or if, you know, he killed you.
I am never too busy for a good talk.
So he'll be someone we can use for training later. There's also a couple of other people around here who are interesting. This guy's part of a quest. This person is an Ashlander, who we'll learn more about later. We'll talk to her maybe in a bit. The most interesting...
What is this about?
She's a mage that just stays here. She doesn't really seem to do much in the game. She has a really cool robe, though. That spider motif is part of the robe. Then we have Anasi here, who could be our girlfriend if we want to. I'm serious, actually. Yeah, say she's growling at us. Smooth moves like this. Anasi thinks a dancer, no? Aye, Wallwalker. If you aren't in the Thieves Guild suite, perhaps you should be. You say smooth moves. How can Anasi not see? Must she be blind? She sees you walk. She likes what she sees. It is her profession to see such things as the flow of the body and the grace of the eye, and admire. It hit on real hard. Her profession. What Khajiit can see, what she wants. Sorry, hold on. What Khajiit can see what she wants and not take it? Can Anasi ask for gift? Don't say no to Anasi. Must Anasi be the thief? Must she steal this thing? This Gork fellow she wants? Or will he give himself as a gift? Very forward Anasi is. And we'll give Anasi the gift of friendship. Please forgive Anasi if she purrs like a kitten. But Anasi is so pleased. You will come visit Anasi often then, and tell her things. Ask her things too. For we are now friends, yes? Anasi such secrets knows. She almost bursts, like Anasi must tell her new friend. This Herodes upstairs, such a secret I know. Anasi tells you. Anasi trusts you. So Anasi is a thief. You do not mind. Why? Because Anasi loves secret things. She loves secrets, and when she finds them, she loves to have them. Like this strange Hortus upstairs. Hortus has a secret. Anasi can see. No, Anasi follows Hortus. This is how Anasi knows. Hortus serves Mehrunes Dagon. This magic belt Hortus has. Such a pretty belt. Strange writings and strange letters. Maybe evil. maybe danger. So, Anasi just told us that someone upstairs has a cool magic belt that we might want. Oh, we're now your new friend. Yes, among new friends, Anasi has good things to share. This is Anasi's special custom with new friends. To share. Share a gift, share a care. You will forgive Anasi. She is so forward, but sharing gifts, sharing cares, that is what friends do, yes? Oh, share a gift. Here, this is a little nothing. This is a little nothing that Anasi finds. A tasty treat and handy. Quality potion of feather, which is very useful because it reduces our encumbrance. You are so welcome. It is nothing. It pleases Anasi to give her new friends such gifts. So, let's share a care. Forgive Anasi. Anasi is so ashamed to ask her new friend to share such a care. But Anasi is afraid, very afraid. This dustman, bad person. He frightens Anasi. He comes, tells Anasi there is no more Thieves Guild. There is just Kamanatong, and Anasi would join Kamanatong and be protected. Otherwise, unless Anasi is protected, Anasi might get hurt. This dustman, he talks quiet, but very mean. Anasi is so sorry. Sorry to trouble her new friend, but Anasi is scared. That's fine, Anasi. I'll take care of him for you. You are too kind, Gork. Anasi knows she places great burden on new friend. But Anasi cannot fight, cannot shed blood. She has sworn such an oath. Anasi tries to be good, but Anasi thinks now she is in great danger. This bad person, Darren Audrin, a dark elf. He has come on a tongue, big wig in Narmak. He is found at Nadine Rothran's shack. Anasi is so ashamed that she asks a life, a very great gift from her new friend, but Anasi has no one else. So Anasi is like, hit on us very heavy and flirted with us. So like I told us that we're friends now, and she gives us this potion. She's like, could you kill someone for me real quick? So, these are the things that we deal with in this. I am not joining the Thieves Guild with this character. And that's Anasi. And then if we remember of a Thieves Guild, I think we could get training from her. So, the person that Anasi was talking about is in this room. And outside of very specific circumstances, it's impossible to actually talk to her. And she'll just force you out of the conversation. Whenever you see that red text in a conversation, it means you have to make a choice. And if you do, it immediately knocks you out. Now, there are ways around this. Number one, if I had some form of frenzying spell to force her to fight me, I could use that. Number two, if I hide in just the right way, in the right position where she is incapable of seeing me, I can talk to her that way, and then I'd be able to get around that. I could then use the taunt menu, which is part of the stuff up here, and if you try to taunt someone, if you succeed enough times, they'll attack you, and then any fighting you do with them is in self-defense.
From where do you hail, friend?
But yeah, so, a lot here. I don't have too much on me that I need to keep. There are a couple of nice spots here. The trader here, Urgola, actually is involved in a couple of quests and sells some cool stuff. Let's see what he's got. That's what I want right now, I don't think. Already armored up. I could buy a shield, but I'm trying not to raise blocking. Silver Claymore's pretty sweet, though. Good enough to fight ghosts with, but I think I'd still need something magical or higher than that to fight Daedra with, so I'm not going to pay for it. He also has this sign right here, Dwemer Coer, that you shouldn't have, because it's illegal to buy and sell artifacts from the Dwemer in Vvardenfell.
May the wind be on your back.
And of course, there's a fort here that's got Legion quests attached to it. Also, one Thieves Guild quest directs here. This house right here is Anasi's house. We'll have access to it later. And there's also one more merchant around here, I'm fairly certain. Actually, maybe not. Oh, yeah, okay. Yeah, right here. I literally walked past it. And there's also a merchant inside that does weapons and armor. This guy is a smith as well.
Speak freely, friend.
Do you have anything I want? You got Imperial Chain, which is actually decent medium armor. I might need that later. Beyond that, though, no, you don't have anything I want. Actually, what's this helmet? Oh, it is an upgrade. I can hold off on it, though. It's not worth it right now. Let's go check that merchant in here real quick. Actually, a couple of them in here, I think, or two. Like, literally a couple of them. There might be more than that, but I don't think so. One of my favorite early game things I figured out you could do in this game to kind of do a bit of exploiting. Yeah, nothing I want. There's a bunch of little off areas that are a bit out of the way here. Like if I go in here, oh, this leads down to the prison area, and there are guards here, but those guards patrol. And while they're patrolling, you can come down here and steal their armor and shit, and they ain't gonna fucking know. And you could sell that, or wear it, you know. But if it's stolen, of course, remember, if you get caught doing a crime and you have stolen stuff on you, they will take it away from you.
Your actions.
And they have an Imperial Cult shrine here that is similar to the shrine we saw in that tomb we were in. However, this is Imperial Cult shrine, and they only have a couple of things they can do. Mostly curing diseases. Over here, this is a Imperial Cult member, a Nord actually, and she sells potions, ingredients, and spells. Most of the spells are probably going to be restoration based. Yep. Which are useful, but nothing I'm worried about right now. Still, it's good to remember she's here. This goes to another section of the area.
Yes?
Yeah, and I can come in and I can loot most of these crates around here. As long as no one sees me, I can sell it directly to any merchant. Unless it was somehow part of that merchant's inventory, but that's kind of rare.
Speak freely, friend.
But yeah, that's really all there is in Pelasiad. There's also some like huts around that farmers live in. There are some caves and a couple of different places around here too. We're not really going to be messing with most of those right now. That'll be for later. There is one more dungeon that I want to do on the way to Balmora, though. I don't think I've passed it yet. So give me 1 second here, everybody. Okay. Wife wanted to ask me a question. Where was I? Oh yeah, we're looking for a tomb that is in this area. I might have already passed it. I hope not. But I don't remember exactly where it is. I just know it's going to be on this side. And this tomb we're going to have to go through for the main quest. So I'm just going to go ahead and do it now while we're in this area anyways. Here it is. Nope. What the hell is that? Oh, yeah, I definitely passed it. Alright, 1 second. Hold on. Here we go. But yeah, mostly I'm doing this just to get it out of the way, because there's one item we need at the bottom of it that we're going to be taking to Balmora. Looks like I'm going to be doing mostly speed and endurance this level. Normally, there is, once you start doing the main quest, there's a quest that you have to do for one of the members of the Balmora Mages Guild, who is secretly a necromancer, and they want you... Okay. That's a Gwar, by the way. This one is docile, but most of the Gwar that you find out and about are going to attack you on sight. There's the tomb I'm looking for. Okay. No, it'd be around here somewhere. I just wasn't quite sure where. Get my safety save. There's a dead body already down there. Bone walker over there. Skeleton is an archer. I had to rush him. Right. I could try to jump down that hole back there, but there's no guarantee I would survive that jump, so I want to rush through here and finish these guys off while I've still got the Berserker Rage running through me. On. No, 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 bad, 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 real bad. Oh boy, this is not, this is gonna be a problem. I am out of stamina. Yep. 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 Oh, jeez. Those arrows. Stop. Holy cow. Okay. I think, you know what? I think I know what I need to do. Yep. Yep. Okay. It's a good thing I didn't rush down there. That was my problem. I didn't realize that the Berserker Rage was running out that quickly. That makes sense. Oh, well. Let's get up here. Maybe I'll be able to rest. No? Dang it. Can I rest here? Yay! Okay. My rest has been interrupted, everybody, by a ferocious creature. Alright, sorry I leaned in so far there. I started concentrating so hard. Like, I gotta rush him down, Okay. I want to try to rush this other skeleton down real quick if I can. Ooh, especially since he's got a hammer. I do not want to get hit by that. Okay. There might be one more. I'm gonna end up dropping down. Going in here. This will be a fine place for me to pass out for a second then. Any moment now. Yep, there it goes. Hey, I still had some fatigue left that time. Alright. Well, here, I need a rest. There's no way I'm going up there and fighting. But we're going to save beforehand. Because I wouldn't be surprised if I ended up with another Dark Brotherhood assassin. Oh, wow, nice. So you may have noticed there that I was dealing damage to it with the shock effect, but not, but I was getting a weird noise coming with it. That's because I was hitting the shield. But even if they block, the enchantment's damage will still go through most of the time. See, that hole leads there. Go try to get whatever's on the other side of this door real quick. There's nothing? Okay, good, we're done. We are done here. Okay. So, let's go ahead and grab this skull is what we'd be coming after if we waited for the main quest anyways. Got some other decent items in here. We're not going to worry about the Mo Mill. We got enough. Alright, this is one of the 36 lessons of Vivek. Which one is that? That's Sermon 15. Let me see which one that is. I did say, what was it? 15. 15. So, what stat? Unarmored. I do not want to use that one, so we will not pick it up. We'll just have to remember and come back and grab it later. Or wait, hold on, can I? Perfect. Okay, so I can pick it up that way and not read it. Okay. Alright, well, let's finish up looting the rest of this place. Yeah, I was gonna say, I don't think that one... Blacksmithing gear, okay. I'm not going to use that right away, but it's good to have. Fire salts, that's pretty good. Drew wax. Right. Before this booze wears off, I want to get to the entrance. So that corpse that was at the very beginning, it's a permanent corpse. You can't dispose of it. Weird when they do that. But it also will never despawn. So you can just drop as much crap as you want on it, and the items will be there. As far as I know, they'll be there forever. Like that the clothes get put on him while I'm handing him the items, put the items on him. There we go. I'm pretty sure that's low enough I can loot the rest of the stuff in here. Not like there's much, really. I'm going to dispose of all these other corpses. They'll respawn, but I'm not going to dispose of the corpse of this ghost because I want to be able to come back down here and grab the rest of this loot. How much of this can I carry in one go? Actually, I don't want to overdo it now I'm thinking about it. I don't want to overdo it, but at the same time, I want to have to do as few trips back here as possible. That's fine. Those aren't worth very much. Be coming back here in a bit. Suppose that rat corpse because it wasn't really here for anything. Well, we'll just head over to Blaze Yad, sell some of this crap, come back, grab the last of it. Because I just am too obsessive to leave loot behind. If I had the mark and recall spells already, we'd be doing even more silly looting. Yeah, you can see there's another smuggler's den over there in that cave. So that's something we'll explore later. I want to say there's also some lady over here that'll give you a quest to find her stuff in that cave, but maybe that's over near Caldera. Can't remember exactly right now. That lighting there is having some issues.
I'm listening.
Okay, good for you. Wait an hour, just get our fatigue back. Thankfully, shops are open 24/7 in this game. The Dagger of Judgment is kind of dog crap, honestly. We're gonna keep the smithing stuff because we can use that later. Oh yeah, let's go to the pawnbroker. That's not a pawnbroker, he's a supplier.
I'm listening.
I gotta tell my wife something. Typing on the... Okay. Just had to make sure she knew about that going on. Alright, anything else to sell to this guy right now? I can easily find that book again somewhere. Everything else I want to keep, I think. Check these potions. Shock, yeah. Have the shock resistance. have the cheap restore luck. Standard Rising Force Potion actually has a couple uses for me. Oh, you just got boots for sale as far as that goes. Oh, we're good.
My prices are...
And with that, I'm ready to go ahead and make my way to Balmora. Also, what is my leveling stuff looking like right now? My strength is almost a few more levels in Longsword. My strength will be good, and at that point, I'm going to want to focus just on endurance and leveling up. So I'll be changing into. I need to get medium armor and a spear. The signpost, it just points to things we already knew. This path, it's just pointing out as a back path to get into Blasiad. It curves around that way and goes through some of the farmland spots. Now, Morrowind is one of those games that if you stick to the path, you will not have to fight as many enemies overall. But they will put a few just directly in your path here and there. Now, as we're walking, I am being on the lookout. There is one person who offers a quest along the way I want to get. And I'll have to head back to Blasiad with that quest at some point. I hear a Scrib or a Quama Forager over the hill there, one of the two. There she is.
Welcome. Please don't be shy. I'm listening.
Begging your pardon, have you seen a bandit nearby? I must find him. Bandit nearby? Yes, I was just walking along here, minding my own business. Suddenly a bandit jumped at me from behind. It was a dark elf, a strong, dashing dark elf. He didn't harm me, and he didn't harm me anyway, although he did take my jewels. He was quite gentle, and he talked to me for what seemed like forever. Oh, so you need to get your jewels back? What? What's that? Oh, never mind the jewels. I just want to find that bandit again. He was charming and funny, and I simply must see him again. His name, Nelson Mar. A name that will stay on my lips for eternity. Perhaps you can find him for me. Please, I cannot live without knowing if he could ever love me. I have nothing to offer you in return, but could you not help me for the sake of love? We'll try and find this man, if only for love's sake. Try? Thank you so. I'm sure you'll be able to find him. He mentioned something about having to head south, so I imagine he might be found in Pelasiad. Please, if you find him, give him this glove for me, as a token of my love. I'm certain he'll want to find me again. Yes, they would take him, but that's of little importance. It's the man who took them I must find. Well, she's thirsty for that bandit that robbed her. We did see a man named Nels Omar back in Pelasiad in the bar. We'll go talk to him later and give him that glove. For now, I gotta head to Balmora. Actually gonna put the lantern away, pull the torch back out. Gets in the screen more and doesn't put out as much light, but they're also cheaper. We've passed at least 2 smuggler caves on this way, or we will pass them. I don't know if... Yeah, no, we've passed 2 now that I think about it. We'll come back and get those later. They're kind of also entry-level smuggler caves, but the enemies are a little bit better equipped than those early ones we went to. Hey, Scarlet's doing alright, doing alright. We just ran into a lady who wants us to find the bandit that robbed her because she thinks he's quite dashing. Alright, we'll do that quest later. Right now we're just making our way out to back to Balmora on foot. Oh, that's the running animation. Here's the walking animation and the running animation. Oh yeah, we're just making our way downtown. Oh. I could leave that corpse there, but yeah. Yeah. I mean, listen, he's a bandit, so I guess he's got smooth moves and talks well, and that was enough for her. The thieves and rogues, and many of the thieves and rogues and bandits in Morrowind, very, very flirtatious in the way that they act. So you'll see that as a bit of a running theme. After all, you weren't here for it, I don't know, you might have heard, but we had a Nasi, who is a Khajiit that lives in Pelagiad, that when you talk to her, if your acrobatics or your agility are above a certain score, she's like, yo, I like the way you walk around. Like the way those jeans fit. And can straight up basically become your girlfriend. You can move in with her and everything if you do enough quests for her. You can have a furry girlfriend if you want. And that's Fort Moonmoth right there. There's actually someone there that wants me to talk to them. As a dark elf, specifically.
Yes, Orc? You want something, friend?
Also, Melody would hate it in Vvardenfell. Now I'm thinking about it, because there's the natives of the Dark Elves, the Dunmer, and they're pretty much just racist towards everyone else, just about. Not in a very literal sense, but well, yeah, actually, in a lot of cases, a very literal sense. They're xenophobic to an extreme. Slavery is a thing. One of the major side quests you can do is freeing slaves. Yeah. Anyway, this is Fort Moonmoth. We'll be coming here for Legion quests in the future. There's a few different merchants around that are very useful. I am here specifically, though, to see a gentleman that is downstairs here. This guy. This is Larius Varro. He is the Legion champion of Fort Moonmoth, as he says, and he's been hoping that we might stop by. We heard from someone else that he might have something for us, so we're going to talk to the guy. Latest rumors. Take care when walking the roads. There have been rumors of a bandit robbing careless travelers near Hill Ode. A number of careless travelers have been attacked recently. Seems there's a Nord near Hill Ode who's been robbing the unwary. If you happen upon him, take care. And of course, I'd be grateful if you took care of that problem for me. Then, what is it? He wanted to... Is that the only thing we can do with him for now? Oh, no, he's got work. Okay. I just need to get that work to come up somehow. Alright, so I think I'm not supposed to get this quest at this level because the work thing isn't supposed to show up for him, but that, for some reason, asking him about Imperial, it has work in there, and he can respond to the work. So once he says it, and it highlights it, it pops up as an option to talk to him about. But yeah, so through various channels, I've learned a bit about your situation. I'd like to tell you a little story, and when I'm done, you can ask me some questions. And then, maybe you might decide to go out and do something. Maybe you might, and you might not. That's your affair. And I also want to tell you about a nice present I think the Emperor wants you to have. I'm not sure what it is, but maybe you'll want to check back and see if I found it later, after you've done some things. So, what's this little story? Once upon a time, there was a bad magistrate who took gold from criminal organizations to reduce the sentences and fines of criminals. Everybody knew he was doing this, but nobody could prove it. Because even if it could be proved, the bad magistrate had important friends, and proof is not as powerful as important friends. At the same time, there was a good officer who enforced the laws because he thought laws made people happy and safe. and it bothered the good officer that enforcing the laws did no good because the bad magistrate let the criminals go as quick as the officer caught them. This guy's after Gork's own heart. For a long time, the good officer sighed and said, "What can I do? Will someone not rid me of this turbulent priest? Oh, what can I do? Because the bad magistrate has important friends and nothing I can do will touch him." But then the good officer said, "Say, wait a minute. What about the bad people who are bribing the bad magistrate? They haven't got important friends, and if they aren't around, then the bad magistrate can't get any more bribes." And even better, the good officer suspected that the bad people who were bribing the bad magistrate were probably criminals themselves. So the good officer decided that it would be good if the bad people who were bribing the bad magistrate should go away. Forever. So that good officer made a little special prayer that there would be a little bloodbath to wash the bad people away. There, isn't that a nice little story? Maybe not a perfect story because it ends with a prayer, not a bloodbath. But maybe the story isn't over yet. I love this character so much, you have no idea. This guy is the definition of blatant plausible deniability. It's just like he's not even really being subtle about it. He's being just subtle enough that he can't get in trouble for the things he's saying. So if you say nice present, you're like, what is the nice present from the Emperor? I'm sure I don't know. I think it's supposed to be a surprise, and as I said, I'm not sure where it is, but I might find it anytime. So check back and see if I found it later, after you've done some work. So what about this bloodbath? The bad people in my story are 5 members of the Commandant. I know they are a scout, a pawnbroker, a savant, a thief, and a smith, and that they are in Balmorum. Unfortunately, I don't know their names, but maybe you can find their names and where to find them. Then maybe my story could have a happy ending, with a little bloodbath instead of a little prayer. Bad people. Oh, the bad people are the Commandant. I thought everybody knew that. They are a criminal organization. Unfortunately, I don't know who the Commandant are. No one will tell me because I'm an officer, and it is against the code to tell officers things. But people in the Thieves Guild hate the Commandant. I bet if you asked the Thieves Guild, they would cheerfully tell you who the bad people are and where to find them. But I warn you, these bad people are very tough. Tougher than you, I'm afraid. So, we have a quest. A very specific and very... Well, I mean, not really given a quest so much as, you know, he just told us a story, right? He just told us a story. And here's what I'm thinking. I love the law. I love the Empire. I love the people I try very hard to keep safe. But sometimes, no matter how hard we try to keep the peace, sometimes there's going to be blood. I think you know what I'm talking about. That's why I asked for you to do this bit of work, if you're willing. So, we just got 2 quests from that guy. One to take care of a bandit that's preying on people on the roads, and one to stop some, you know, criminal underbelly organization people from bribing a magistrate. And I know for a fact that that guy gives pretty damn good rewards, so we're gonna be doing that stuff. Because, of course, Gork would do it anyways, because Gork was very amused by that man's little story, and appreciates someone else who understands plausible deniability. Which is why I'm gonna have Gork join the Legion. Alright. Here we are back at Balmora. You can tell because this thing says Balmora. Is that actually spelling Balmora? No clue. I don't have the key on me to translate the Daedric runes. Now, I feel like a lot of what really popularized Morrowind is largely like the very alien landscape, like the silt striders, the big mushroom trees. Sure, you run into some areas like Pelagiad that are heavily influenced by the Imperial culture, and so therefore look a little different. You know, you got the fort, you got Pelagiad, has imperial style buildings. What are you doing up there? Back on the ground.
Wealth beyond measure, Outlander.
But we need to come to the Mages Guild because we got flowers for Ajira. We're going to turn those into her. What was I saying, though? About the Empire's influence. Yeah, so you've got areas that are very blatantly, like, just Dunmeri built, that look similar to this, with this type of architectural design.
Go ahead, I'm listening.
Often made out of the shells of other creatures or clay.
Why is my friend here?
I do have the flowers. And now she needs a ceramic bowl from next door. Really, if I had a ceramic bowl, I could just hand it to her. But I don't, so here we are. And that quest is primarily to get you out of the guild hall so that it can change instances for another quest. Now, Revere, sell ceramic bowls. Where is it? Is that it? No, it's a redware. Decorative ceramic. There we are. When we get back down here, Jira's going to ask us to find her stolen reports that Galbadir, the person she's been pranking, stole from her. And they'll end up, one of them will appear here once the quest starts. And one of them will appear behind that dresser over there. Not until the quest starts.
Good friend.
Oh,
This
here's your
is
ceramic
proof.
bowl. There it is. You got reports that were stolen from you. Yeah, I'll check them out. Now, I could talk to people and ask them where it is, but again, this is super early game stuff, and I've done this quest like 500 billion times.
Hello, Outlander.
One of them was there,
Don't take too much of my time.
and the other one is upstairs here. And this is the last quest that we're going to be doing for a while for Ajira. Yeah, we could also, we could raise Galbadir's disposition, and if we did, Galbadir would just straight up tell us, yeah, I stole it, and this is where I put it, and I'm pretty proud of it. There's also, this character here who stays in this room, and if you get her disposition enough, she'll snitch on Galbadir about it happening. But I already have it all. Don't have to worry about that. Here's the reports. Boom. Give me some more stuff. You don't have any more duties for me, right? Nope. You got secrets to tell me once I get higher in rank. Okay. Now, I'm gonna sell some of this extra bone meal. It ain't worth much, but it's mostly just to get it out of my inventory for now. Also, the rat meat. That's not very useful this early. It will be useful later, though. Just not yet. This is the this orc over here is the lady who I went and grabbed that skull from the tomb for. She also has a necromancy book in this chest. If you're able to somehow steal that necromancy book, which is difficult, especially early game, and you talk to her while it's in your inventory, she'll be like, okay, so you have my book. That's messed up. Give it back and keep your mouth shut, and I'll teach you some necromancy. And she'll either teach you a summon skeleton spell or a summon ancestral spirit, which is like one of those ghosts that we fought earlier. Which are really low level summoning spells, so it's only really worth doing in the early game. But unless you already are like a pretty good thief, the likelihood of you being able to unlock and steal from that chest without getting caught is pretty darn low. But let's see. Oh, yeah. Need to, get my rank ups. It's time, because I've done a bunch of quests for Ajira. First I need to be advanced, so I'm apprentice. Oh, I don't meet the requirements to be a journeyman. That doesn't surprise me. So I need to get up at least one more rank. which is going to require me to do some training. That's okay, though. We're kind of done with that for now. The only other thing I really want to do before heading out is go kill the rats for that Fighters Guild quest.
I see you. Hello.
Sleep for like 3 hours. Soon, TM. Soon, TM, Scarlet. But yeah. Let's go kill some rats. Let's go kill some rats.
What is this regarding?
Is it here? No, because it's locked. I'm able to walk in the place I need to get to. It should be this one, I think. Yeah, this is it. Well, they sent to take care of the cave rats? These rats are such a nuisance. I'm worried they'll eat all of my pillows. You like pillows, don't you? Anyway, I've got one trapped in my bedroom here, and the other two are in my storage area upstairs. Rats, that is, not pillows. Here's the key for that door. There are at least 3 of these beasts. I hope they haven't gotten any of my good pillows. So this is the lady that hired us. She's obsessed with pillows.
Speak, traveler.
Come on, I just gotta move one time. There we go. Close this door here real quick, because I'm gonna steal from this lady. Oh, that lockpick broke. Next up. Well. Oh. Raise up my stats a bit might actually help. So this is intelligence based, and I am an orc, so well, I get in that chest. But yeah, here you can see some of her pillows that she was talking about.
Yes, Outlander?
Well, the growling was that growling was actually my character getting hit because he's an orc. Oh, I'm still sneaking. Forgot. Low on health to be doing this. What have I got on me? You know what? That's what I'm gonna do. Yeah! Heck yeah, good job, buddy. That amulet was a very, very good find. Now, while I'm in here, let's look around, see what she's got. Ooh, a little gold. I'll take that. We're just gonna steal all of her food supplies. Oh, she got little bits of gold laying around, too. pillows, 25 of them. 25 more. 25 more. A little gold and a soul gem. Ooh, 2 petty soul gems. Ooh. Oh, I kind of have to wait for that to go. There we go. I don't know. You know what? Actually, hold on. There was a time where I was playing, and I don't know if it was a mod that did this or if it was part of the base game, where if you summoned in a town, you'd get in trouble. So let's see. Okay, then. No one cares. Good to know.
Yes, Outlander?
Yeah, got those rats. She paid me 100 gold for it. There we go. That's our first Fighters Guild mission down.
I can't help you. Get healed elsewhere.
Yeah, listen, I know I'm at low health, but I forgot the skeleton was following me. I just saw it run around the corner like that.
Interesting.
Oh, man.
Go on.
Amulet you got? Shield. Short blade's not my thing, so it's really just the scrolls that I'd be buying off of you, and those are a little more expensive than I want to pay for right now. Yeah, nothing else I want to sell. Oh, actually, do I want to sell some of these? Short strength, feather, spell absorb. Good if you know you're fighting a powerful mage. So are the shield potions. Restore magicka, which is actually practically useless for me. Now what? Oh, I'm in the wrong guild. Skeleton.
What's this all about?
Alright, so next one from her. A local egg mine has problems with egg poachers, and you're gonna solve those problems. Yes, egg poachers. May sound silly, but those quam eggs are among the few things worth exporting from this nasty little province. Graham Barrow, the owner of Shulk Egg Mine, wants to make an example of these thieves and keep other miners from getting funny ideas. The egg poachers, Savillo Othen and Danila Vallis, are former egg miners and longtime troublemakers. You can handle that, can't you? Report back when the poachers are dead. Got shocked again. I once again forgot it was there. Ugh. Alright, let's get this guy to do some repairs for us. Yeah, just repair all my weapons and armor, please.
Do you need something?
Don't want to do that myself yet. Try to take a nap to get my health up, and I'm gonna hope I don't get attacked. Good. What I should probably do is go ahead to Ebonheart, honestly.
I'm listening, please. Go ahead.
Go ahead and get teleported to Mournhold so I don't have to worry about the Dark Brotherhood attacks anymore. It's not difficult to just hurry up and do that. We might as well go ahead and just get it taken care of. Athletics went up again. What am I at now? Okay, my strength is at ×5. So at this point I need to 100% focus on raising my endurance, which means changing into medium armor and getting a spear from somewhere. Or just training stuff up.
What's your story?
Actually, yeah, what are my... Because I only need to raise my endurance a couple times to get the max already. Gonna be training with some of these little shit skills down here that are cheap to train. But yeah, I do want to send a medium armor either way. And I know this guy sells medium armor at an okay price. Could I afford the higher end bone mold armor right now? Sure, definitely. Am I gonna pay that much? No. I could be using like this Drew shield and Drew helmet, but they're expensive. I need a helmet and boots. Which helmet though? Any difference in price? No. Oh yeah, he also sells adamantium armor, which is the best medium armor in the game. And insanely expensive. Come on, cut me a little slack here. Oh, come on. Really? You're kind of a dick. Now I need a spear. Like a magic one. I think that might be asking a bit too much right now. I know there's a place I can get a dwarven spear, but that's going to require me to do a bunch of stuff I don't feel like doing right now. Iron's not going to cut it. Iron is not going to cut it. It's got to be at least a silver spear.
You may speak.
Oh, I'm gonna head back to Balmora, dump off my heavy armor. Might have a decent spear there I can use, maybe. I doubt it, given that it's Satanine. Also, the people that guy at that fort want me to kill, they're all in this club right here. We'll come back to do that later, and we'll get a really, really nice ring out of it. Not those two guys up top. They're fine.
Same low.
They are members of the Kamana Tong, but they're not as big of a problem. Yeah.
We make a special trip just for you. Same low price.
Yeah, so now I've got a pretty darn good set of a darn good set of light armor, a decent set of medium armor, and a okay set of heavy armor. We'll be upgrading that heavy armor pretty soon because steel is a pretty low tier equipment. It always has been. I'm very happy this is all able to actually fit in there. Good. Also put those in there. I gotta find the setting that lets me like hold shift and click on things and automatically transfer it between containers. One of the old mod setups I used to use on the main game, because right now I'm using OpenMW, which has its own engine, so I can't actually use some of the mods that I used to back in the day. Also, some of them just aren't up to date enough to be compatible with modern day stuff. But, what point was I getting to? Yeah, because of that, I don't know how to actually get to the point of fixing any of this. That shouldn't go in there. It should go in the other one. I don't know how to like quickly sort through stuff. I can go there too for now. There we go. Oh, also key. There we go. And now all I need is some kind of enchanted spear, or also you can tell I'm moving a lot faster since I'm wearing medium armor now. Oh, I forgot that I sold him that helmet, and I thought that his head was blending in with that tapestry, and I was like, oh no, what mod screwed up? Oh, that freaked me out for a second. Okay, no, you don't have any spear I want, unless you got a silver spear. If you have a silver spear, I will take that. Iron's the best you got. Fair enough, I get that. You know what? Let's use a scroll to teleport. So, where is this? Pelagian, okay. You didn't have any spears in here, did you? I think you were just armor and basic weapons. Yeah, nothing I want right now. I kind of wish I hadn't done that teleport now, because there's no quick way out of Pelagiad. Any non-iron spears? Steel is a thing, but that doesn't hit. I need something that I can hit ghosts with, and that means I need silver or better, or it has to be enchanted. And mostly I'm wanting to get a spear because that trains up endurance. Also, I have spear and medium armor both set as things that can actually raise my level up. So yeah, we're gonna head back to Satanin because it's a slightly shorter trip than going to Balmora. Yeah, I can move a lot faster. The animations don't seem quite as wonky since I'm able to move at a decent speed now. Need that spear to get one level up before I actually end things. Probably should. Yeah, I'll take the Silt Strider from here to Vivek. That's gonna be my best bet. Vivek's got a crap ton of stores in there. Someone's gonna have a magic spear, or at least a silver one. I just gotta make sure I can hit those ghosts. Everything's all fun and games while you're going through Morrowind with your iron and steel weapons until you run into a ghost and you can't even hit them. And you're not a magic user. Now we're at Vivek.
Make a special trip just for you. Say hello,
Vivek is the capital of Vvardenfell, this province, and it's where it is named after the god of the same name, Vivek, who resides here as kind of like the philosopher god king and one of the three major deities of the Dunmer at this point in time. And you got giant buildings like this. They got all these big cantons that they built over the water. You can see like they've got bilge pumps working constantly to keep the lower levels from flooding. And while you're here, They've got gondoliers at each of the canton, or most of the cantons, I should say, and you can use one of them as like fast travel between the different spots here. However, I shouldn't really need to do that right now. Oh, wow. That didn't help at all. Lantern is dog shit. Should probably just sell that at this point, honestly. I realized it was that bad. Yeah, so let's go. I think this is a corner club, right? Yeah, we'll be back there later. Right now, I'm just looking for shops. That right there is an ordinator. They are the high guards of Vivek, and they are badasses. They will fuck your shit up.
You may speak.
This is an apothecary. Yep. So it's potions, ingredients. Same thing. And this is Jabashev's rare books. This is actually going to be a place we'll come back to often. And the slavery abolition quest I was talking about earlier will end up having us come here at a couple different points.
I must be going.
Okay. Oh, whoa. Okay. Woof. Chill, y'all. I didn't need 3 people talking to me at the same time. All right. I know you sell enchanted items, but not spears. Damn it. It's not that I couldn't use scrolls to kill things that I can't hit with my weapon, but
Yeah. Keep moving.
I'm listening. Go ahead.
let's go up to the next level. There are some merchants up here, but the merchants in the upper wastework of the foreign corner are not great. They don't really do much for you. Hey, she's got a skooma pipe. A good skooma pipe. High quality drug use. And here we can see our examples. All you need to do alchemy is one of these. This is the lowest level mortar and pestle. But if you also have a calicanter, an alembic, and a retort, those actually improve the quality of your potions. One of them raises up the effective good qualities or increases their duration. The other, one of them reduces the negative effects, and the other one raises all effects. So when you combine them all, you'll still have any negative effects in there, but they'll be lessened. But they'll be about the same, actually, because they get lessened and then raised back up. But the positive effects will be way better. That being said, it's not really difficult to make potions without negative effects. So not really something you got to worry about too much with that part. But yeah, no, I've got
What is this
actual
about?
reason to talk to you. She's a healer. She also she just sells the potions themselves. And I think she has, yeah, mostly restoration magic plus some other stuff. And then one more merchant, she just sells clutter items, I believe. Yeah. Some weapons and armor too. Iron spears. Also, spears are my favorite weapon in this game. So I am extra wanting to grab one.
Let's not make this official, Outlander. Move along.
The guards constantly threaten you. If you're in good with the local temples, the tribunal, they'll like you better because they work directly for the temple. If you're a Dunmore, they also like you better because everyone in Morrowind's a little bit xenophobic, apparently. Excuse me. Now there's 3 different smiths in the foreign quarter at the top level. You don't even have a spear, but you do have some adamantium armor. Keep that in mind.
You may speak.
I will want that in the future. Let's check the actual Fighters Guild smith here. Is it you or is it someone else? It's not you. You do training though. Good to know.
I've got a few minutes if you need something.
And it's not you either, right? No. In fact, you can't help me at all. You also do training. Actually,
How may I help you?
I think the smith here may not actually... Yeah, because I think this is the smith. He's also the head of this guild. And because of that, you can't actually do business with him unless you're at a much higher rank. Also, eventually I'm going to kill this guy. As well as this person in here. They're both going to have to die as part of the Fighters Guild quest lines. So yeah, that was a wasted trip to come into here. Ooh, so yeah, Vivek is going to have only 2 smiths by the time I'm done with this place.
Let's not make this official, Outlander. Move along.
What's your story?
You know, we'll talk about that stuff later. Right now, I'm just here looking at your items. Do you have a silver or better spear? Do not. You have a silver longsword, and that's cool. It's useful for others who don't already have a magic longsword. Nothing here. All right, I have to go to a different shop and on a different canton. Now, one of the most interesting quirks about how things work at Vivek, for some reason, well, okay, in the base vanilla game on console, for some reason, if you step off of here and let yourself fall to the bottom level, you won't take any damage. I don't know why that is, but it made it where it was the easiest way to get down to the bottom. I don't know if that's still the case. We're going to find out. Nope, it's not, and I almost died. Okay. So, obviously they fixed that glitch. Sad. For me. Sad for me. Oh, wait. Why am I even... I don't know why I'm yelling so much right now. I've been up for a while, I guess. Alright, take me to... the Halalu Canton. Halalu are a little bit more tolerant of outsiders than the other great houses.
You may speak.
There are 5 great houses in total. 2 of which you can't join at all because they don't really have bases here on Vvardenfell. And even if they did, they're extra xenophobic, so they still wouldn't.
Someone has taken their toll on you.
If
Maybe
you're
you
here
should get
for
healed.
trouble, you'll get more than you bargained for.
Buddy, I'm about to die. I ain't trying to cause nobody trouble. It's a corner club, I think. Yeah, Elven Nation's Corner Club. We'll come back there for a couple different quests. Or at least one. What's over here? Someone who we'll be working for in the future.
How can I be of service to you, Outlander?
You see how much more polite that guy was to me than so many other Dunmer right now? That's because he's part of House Salalu.
Yes, what is it?
Oh, yeah. Please tell me... Oh, god dang it. Steel. It's not good enough. There's a chitin spear. Absolutely worthless, but it exists, I guess. General goods, you might have a weapon, maybe. There's a chance. You do, but not what I'm looking for. This is a pawnbroker. Now, apparently people must be trying to steal from her shop on a semi-regular basis for her to be having something in here like that. No spears. God dang it. Oh, ooh, 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 ooh. Fancy dwarven limeware. Obviously, I'm not gonna grab it right now with that guy there, but I'll remember this. Can you sell that stuff? Could I buy that off of you later? If I'm feeling a little frisky, if I got, yeah, I could. Good to know. Good to know. Alchemist, you can't help me right now. This is probably just the Halalu. No, it's, Curio Manor. If I join House Halalu, which I'm leaning towards with Gork, it fits his personality best. This is going to be one of our main quest areas. When we meet Crassius Curio, who will be our patron, for a price. What that price is? Well, if you don't already know, you'll have to find out later. Alright, there was nothing here. And I almost jumped off the side again. That's how used to it I am of just being able to do that. Excuse me. Who are you just chilling out here? An assassin and retainer of Great House Lalu. And go to Balmora. That does make sense. One of these places will have magic spear, or at least a not crap one. I don't know. Oh, I think I'm just gonna have to settle for like a steel or iron one at this point. We'll have to go do some fighting against. There's actually a main quest thing that happens early on that I could use that in, and it would let me get to a nicer spear. So maybe I should do that. Alright, this is the Nerevarine Wasteworks, which is like my second place choice for putting Gork in. House Nerevarine is mostly a martial house, so they appreciate people who are capable fighters. But they also are very loyal to the local temple, for one. And on top of that, this guy's got a quest we can do some other time. Yeah, okay, listen, I'm just going to settle for steel. That'll do. I don't see something nicer that catches my eye. Weights 14. They both weigh 14. 25, 25, 6, 17. 14, 14, 523. So the higher high end for its highest end attack. One lower low end. All of the other attacks are lower, but those don't matter. The thrust is the only one that really matters. To 17 versus 5 to 20 something. Probably swings a lot slower. Still, I'll have it. I'm not even gonna haggle. Thank you. With that, gotta get back to the foreign quarter. Boy, howdy, would I ever love for the weather to change. I could probably enter a console command to get it to change, but, like, it's a lot of hassle. When I don't know the command, I'd have to go look it up. Back to the Foreign Quarter. We gotta get back to the Mages Guild, teleport where we want to go. Ooh, yeah, I'm gonna have to start thinking about wrapping up soon. Or go get some caffeine in me, one of the two. Or maybe both. Or que no los dos. Alright. And here we are at the Vivix Mages Guild. Since this is the capital city of the province, this is where all, like... It's one of the fanciest Mages Guilds, and also it's where the bigwigs are. This right here, this is Archmage Trebonius. He's the Archmage for the Mages Guild here in Vvardenfell. He's also an incompetent idiot, and everyone knows it. He has not done a good job of hiding it. And we're going to use you to go back to Balmora, because I got stuff there I'm going to need to do.
Hello, Outlander. I hope you won't take too much of my time.
I didn't mean to say that. Just a teensy bit. Also, I was walking away the whole time, so... I don't actually understand why you thought that was acceptable. Anyways, I know the next place I am getting ready to go to will not have spirit enemies, so really, let's just go ahead and head that way, and then I'll take a nap outside of it, and then we'll go in, we'll do that quest, and then I think I will wrap things up for now. Find someone to raid and whatnot. Better. Okay. Now, I will say, though, me turning the footsteps down isn't necessarily the best choice, mainly because those footsteps are actually a hint sort of thing. When you're in stealth mode, the weight of your boots matters, and how much weight... I think how much weight you're carrying in total matters, but the weight of your boots also really matters. So... it is often, if you're sneaking, best to just take off whatever boots you got on. Because nothing's lighter than no boots.
Hello. I don't know if I can help you, but I'll try.
I got beat up. Actually, no, sorry. I broke my legs jumping off of one of the Vivek cantons. That's what happened. So, we'll ask them about egg poachers. We haven't seen those two, but eggs keep disappearing, and they know the place. Easy for them to get in and out. Stay out of sight. How about you? What do you got to say about them? Used to work here. Not good people. Could be hiding anywhere in the mine. So, let's go. Restel healed. Really? It was so nice for it to not be raining. Well, I know they're not at the beginning. Oh, but there are other creatures in here. So this is gonna... these are the Kwama egg mines. So you can see Kwama eggs, so we could gather out of those if we wanted to. They do undulate. Kwamas are bug creatures. This is one of the workers. They just kind of go around tending to the eggs, dig tunnels. they would. The scrib is a Quama as well. It is the, I think it goes from forager to scrib, or it might go from scrib to forager. I don't remember which. And then forager goes up into either worker or soldier. Or scrib goes up into either worker or soldier. Maybe if they go scrib, they're a worker, and the other way around if there's something else. I don't know. Either way, we could take some of these eggs, but I don't really want to right now. Kind of weigh a bit. Ooh, 2 of them. Yeah, in case it wasn't obvious, I am way better with spears than I am with other weapons, and so I just hit, and I deal damage, and they die. Move, dude. Come on. There we go. Feels good to be able to do that. Okay. People I'm looking for are... There we go. There's the first one. Come on. Come on.
Die, Fixer!
I can hear the queen from here. I didn't realize they were that loud.
Stupid!
I'm stupid. I'm the stupid one. You're the one coming at me with a pickaxe when I'm armored up and have a halberd. Now you notice that I'm getting attacked by those things, but these guys aren't. Well, for one, that's the game coding, but then on top of that, the game kind of hand waves that detail by saying the Quama workers, these guys who are mining for the eggs, have been doing this for so long that the Quamas know their smell and know that they're here and know that they're not trying to hurt anything, and so they'll leave them alone. Alright, there we go. Oh, hey, lad, yeah, I just started this run today, actually. I'm still level 1, because I've been, like, super conservative with, letting myself level up. But, basically, I just started today. All of the play has just been for, just this playthrough. Just today. I've done a few quests. I'm on the second Fighters Guild quest in Balmora right now. And yeah, I like using minimal mods because I very much enjoy the vanilla experience, and if I am introducing the game to people who haven't played it before, I feel like it's good to actually show it off. Mostly vanilla. Obviously, you know, I've given it a facelift, but yeah, welcome to the stream though. Hope you enjoy. Morrowind's probably gonna be my every so often game. Probably once a week at least, maybe more. Mostly I do my GTA RP streams, but I'm trying to inject a little bit more variety in different types of games. Race, I am Orc, and I did a custom class, I called Cavalier. As you can see, it's like, it's kind of set up to be a little bit min-maxy, so I can more easily control my leveling. But at the same time, like, it's made up to where I can pretty much do anything I want. I went Orc because I named this guy after a D&D character of mine, though that D&D character is actually a goblin, but, you know, this is the closest we can get in Tamriel, so. Yeah, so custom class, the medium armor and spears are what I'm best at. I'm actually in leveling mode now because I've got my strength to ×5. I'm just trying to get my endurance up, and medium armor and spears are part of my major skills, so I'm actually pretty good with them. And as I get better with them, you know, this is a way for me to actually do some leveling too. Oh, whoops. I didn't realize I went to the alternate entrance.
must be going, so if you could make it quick.
Or this might be the main entrance for a lot of people. This is the first one I went through, first time I played the game.
What's your story?
And I have not seen this many scribs spawn in here in a long time. I'm used to having to fight Kwama foragers most of the way through. Wait. Yeah, I don't really want to explore the Queen's Lair because I don't want to have to fight the Kwama warriors right now. They can actually do some real damage and could kill me at this point. I am low enough level, it is a real possibility. Given I'm an orc, I could always, you know, pull out Berserk and just start going on rampage. Forgot how I get out? Yeah, and I could talk to these people here, but they have nothing interesting to say. They can teach you a little bit about egg mining. It's one of those things of, look. And so if you're looking to learn more about the, you know, the world and the lore, that is pretty cool for that. Beyond that, though, I don't need to have any real reason to talk to them, so. There we go. One more quest down. And I think we're going to get back into Balmora, and I'm going to start wrapping up, because I've been going for, 5.5 hours now, and I got some other chores I got to take care of. So we're going to head back, we're going to turn this quest, and I'm going to look for someone to potentially raid. I can't believe I haven't leveled up, though. Like, I was being conservative, but I wouldn't be that conservative. Still, given how much money have I got? I got over 5k. I can easily train up to a level. Yeah, I think we'll do that. We'll do that first. Let's go. We'll get some training in with our major and minor skills, just to go ahead and get us that level up we need. We need a little bit more for endurance, right? Yeah, so we're going to be training medium armor and spear. Which is going to be expensive, because we're good at medium armor and spear. Well, I could do that, or get some magical training. And just spread it thin across them to keep it as cheap as possible, and use that to level up. While I'm being mildly min-maxy, I'm not being too overly holding on to it, because there is a limit on how much patience I have, and there's a limit on how much people are willing to watch. Why didn't I go to the Mages Guild and Fighters Guild? I need to turn this question. And yeah, I don't want to make people sit through watching me full-blown min-max this, because if I do, it's gonna get super boring, even for people who like this game. Let's go turn the quest in first.
That's how I like it, bold and direct. Come, I like you.
Yeah, I don't date Clevica's vile worshippers. Of course, I don't take my character doesn't know that she's that, but anyway, let's see here. Turning that quest. Where can I get the train? Actually, in the Fighters Guild. No. Yes. Yeah, I need to raise endurance. I need that spear and medium armor training. You don't have what I need right now. Hey, I do appreciate that, and hey, like I said, I will be playing this from time to time, and I get that definitely. You gotta watch what you enjoy, right? Yeah, you got a spear, alright.
Well met. What is it?
Well, hello there. A pleasure to meet you.
Gotta be close. There it is. Okay, so now I just need 5 more minor skills. So we'll go do magic training for that. And it'll actually be relatively cheap because, well, no, it won't. I don't have the magic skills to get the high ranks, in spite of the fact that
Have you any news?
I've done all the Ajura quests so far. Character's an orc, so he does not have the best magic. And I put most of it in my minor miscellaneous skills, too, so. Oh, you do some training. Actually, hold on. Which ones do I need? Illusion, Enchant, and Destruction.
My attention is yours.
You don't have any of those, right? I know who does have Destruction, at least, though. This guy.
Go ahead, Outlander.
How about you? When are you trained?
Greetings. What exactly do you require of me? Go ahead, I'm listening.
Warm day to you, friend.
2 more? Yep. There we are. All right, our first level up.
I see you. Hello.
There we go. All right, that's a good capping point. Finally hit level 2. Finally allow ourselves such. You can see it was definitely not the most efficient of leveling, but good enough. And I've only got to get 2 more times 5's endurance to have that maxed out, so I'm going to have as high of HP as possible. Which is going to be good by the end game if I decide to do the expansions, because you need that to survive some of the stuff in Blood Moon and Tribunal. Ugh. Hey, Laddermaster, thank you very much for the follow. I do highly appreciate it. Hope you'll come back and see me again sometime here. So we're going to do the 5 points of strength, 5 points of endurance, 1 point in luck. Oh, man. All right. I think that is going to be where we stop for the time being. So let's go ahead and do the Gork stream save. And now that we have got this going on, let me see if I can find someone who's going to be good to raid. Give me just a second here. I'm going to pass the love on if I can. Who is around and streaming that would appreciate a handful more viewers? Let's see. I'm gonna not send you to somebody doing Grand Theft Auto since you said that you're the main one talking and watching right now. Let's see who I can send you to though. Ah, you know what? Somebody that I follow is playing Monster Hunter right now. I think that'd be pretty good. Let's send you that way. This is somebody that I know from the NoPixel GTA RP server, and right now they're playing some Monster Hunter, so go say hi to Chalupa Pants. Hope you all enjoyed. Thank you very much. If you're new here and you have done so yet, make sure to go ahead and hit that follow button down below. There's also a subscribe button, tip button, and some links below with my socials, and a link to my YouTube, which has some ancient VOD archives that I desperately need to update. With all that being said, thank you very much for watching. Hope I've been able to entertain you today. If I have, then hey, I've done my job. I'm Leftover Bits. This has been the Leftover Bits Show, and I'll see you all next time. Be safe out there.